everyone. I'm Insane Lane and welcome to Book Club. How is your Saturday? Or Catterday if you're one of the cool people. Does anybody else post to Catterday on Twitter? Thumbs up in the chat if you have ever called it X even one time. Because I refuse to believe that anybody does. But welcome everybody. We get settled in. I hope you are in a much cooler location than I am because it was pushing like 38 today and I am not equipped. I'm not built for that kind of heat. Neither is my apartment. The only one who likes it is the dog because he thinks being half roasted is like his goal in life. You know, because it's a puppy who should be living in a desert. I may be joined in a few minutes by a co-host if they are done with other things, we shall say. We got 2 chapters on deck tonight. I got my writing crop handy. Getting through all my warning things that I totally remembered to bring up. I really did. I did not forget until the last minute. I'm not scrambling like I always flippin' am. I always think I have time. Then it gets down to like 15 minutes, and I'm like, oh my god, I don't have anything set up, and nothing's ready, and it all works out. At least I hope so. So last week, try to remember what did we even have last week? We're at kind of the slow part. I remember he has officially stolen her car because he bought her a shiny new car that she didn't want, but he forbid her to drive her own car that she likes and is sentimental about because it's like 10 years old and he thinks it's not roadworthy and he's paranoid and demanding. So he demanded that she hand over the keys because his manservant / personal assassin is going to sell it for her somehow. Even though he never asked for the title or the registration to the car and didn't like get her to sign it over or anything. So I'm not sure how he's selling the car without, having proof of ownership. But I'm very certain the author did not think about it. I think anytime those kind of questions came up for E.L. James, she was just like, oh, he's rich. He can do whatever he wants. I'm not saying this isn't true a large part of the time in the real world. I am saying you can't legally sell a car without the title. Okay? I'm not willing to bend that bar. Because I don't care how rich you are, somebody's going to want to know that you actually own it. Okay, YouTube has officially stopped listening. Therefore, all rise for the national anthem. And this time, if there is no sound, somebody tell me this week so I don't look like an idiot, please.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they go, oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you. Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea, don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes, please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week. Or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night? If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
No, go away. Not what I'm trying to show. I wasn't doing a thing because I forgot to do a thing and took my hands off the keyboard for 2 bloody seconds, and that happened. Okay, I think we're good. I know, right? This is news to some people, though. Some people are stupid. We've established this. Some people are dumb. You know, to quote one of my favorite lines from Dennis Leary, I forget which of his audiobooks this is in, but uh, he's talking about how stupid people can be, and said, given who we choose to put in elected office in this country, I firmly believe there are entire cities um, that couldn't beat a box of hammers at Scrabble. So yeah. Oh God, my face looks so freaking red from all the heat. But putting on foundation would have been a waste of makeup because it'll melt. I'm convinced this is going to like run and make me look very bad very shortly. I was supposed to have a co-host tonight, but then they bailed, and then I got a backup, and now they appear to have bailed. So yeah. But yeah, maybe they'll surprise us and show up. But we shall see. Yeah, it's just one of those days. Everything's just going lick. But I'm just double checking that they firmly did say yes they would be here, and yes they did. And they are now offline, so I hope they have a freaking good excuse, or I'm going to be mad at them. I know I'm not going to say who it is because that's not fair. What? Oi. You're saying you want to come up? I didn't mean you. You're camping or whatever, so you got to pass. All right. So we also had last week the first time that he like gave her like a punishment spanking, which she was not a fan of. She actively tried to get away from him. He like had her legs like pinned down. It was very creepy and awkward. And after she clearly did not enjoy that and did not would not want to have that happen again. Uh, he basically said, "Oh, but look, your body got aroused because she's been not a virgin for like a week. So I'm pretty sure everything turns this girl on at this point because it's all new and overwhelming. But he had to do the thing of which one? There's so many. But he had to do the complete, not at all abusive thing of going, look, your body responded, therefore you liked what I did to you, even though you clearly didn't like what I did to you or want it. Because again, he's all about the head games and the manipulation and the grooming, and that's the entire book. It's just getting more blatant and more abusive and more violent. I also point out that during the entire chapter, because the spanking lasts and the spanking and then him being a jerk and then him being more of a jerk and then literally committing breaking and entering, because he leaves, she's upset, then he's mad that she's upset, so he comes back more pissed off and literally just breaks into the apartment, and the roommate tries to stop him for like half a minute and then just disappears. I don't know, she just stops trying to stop him. Like, she lives there too. She has every right to kick his ass out too, and yet doesn't. Yes, thank you. I am 37 years old now. I have known women that are only 2 or 3 years younger than me to whom that was news. Who have had, shall we say, unwanted encounters and been told by the guy that, oh, well, you got off on it, so you must have wanted it. And they were convinced that that counted as consent and that they couldn't, like, report it or anything because, oh, well, I guess I kind of liked it or something. These are grown women with jobs and children. I know. I know. She's such a blank slate anyway. She is just purely a lump of, like, molten clay that anyone can shape, and clearly everyone has. And yeah, she's like, again, if you were going to describe her at all, yeah, she is total blank slate, 100%. Like, if you were prior to her, without mentioning Christian Grey, try to describe the character of Anastasia Steele. What the hell could you even say? What is her personality? What name 2 things that she actually likes? Like, how is she as a friend? Like, you can't. Hello, Persnickety. Hello, Nightwolf. Hello, Deadpool. Just make sure I got everybody. I know the episode you mean. That was not. I think you might. I don't remember if that was an actual episode of SVU or that was on regular Law and Order. But I know the episode you mean because it's actually has a returning character. The person that would go on to play Casey Novak is in it as one of the 3 women. But I believe that might have. I don't remember. SVU has been on for 25 years, so forgive me if I don't remember. But I think that might have been, yeah. But they've done that story at least twice. But I believe there was that story on original Law and Order as well, and then it was likely redone. But yeah, I remember exactly that episode because it involved things being tied around the neck and hiding certain things. So yeah, no, I completely remember that. And yeah, especially I think when they did it on the original one, it was like very controversial to say that that could happen to a man. Yeah, that's why it was a big deal. I think two of the actresses that played the 3 women wound up having recurring roles later on. One was the person that plays Casey Novak. I know that. Many years later, there was a big gap. But Dick Wolf is big about reusing actors and actresses that he likes. Also, especially if you look at early actual Law and Order and the first like 10 seasons of SVU, the actors you will find that pop up there that you would be like, it was SVU, you checked? Okay, I believe you. Yes, Persnickety, that episode, yes. Okay, I might be conflating two different episodes, but yes, she was in original. Yeah, and it was something about autoerotic. No, it was autoerotic asphyxiation was the one she was in. Right, I was conflating two episodes. I apologize to Deadpool. He was entirely right. Yes, yes, it was the autoerotic asphyxiation where the cops find them in like a warehouse full of mannequins, and it's like BDSM gone wrong kind of thing. And the end, yeah, she has the marks. She's wearing a scarf all the time because she has the marks. Yeah. Oh yeah, they completely did several times. There's some people that have been on there like between all of the different shows have been on like three or four times as different characters. Usually years apart. It's the kind of thing that back in like syndicated TV you could get. Um, oh God, what was his name? Was it Orson something? Orson Orwell? Oh God, how do I not remember his name? Damn it! Jerry Orbach, thank you. Thank you. I'm a bad person for not remembering that. Yes, because I remember when he passed away and it was very, very sad. Okay, we should get started. Okay, so we had spanking she didn't want, him doing the grooming mental manipulation thing on a woman who is made of putty. Oh yeah, and then because he doesn't like condoms, he's insisting that she get on birth control because he's a selfish bastard. And so they're at, I think they're at his place. I think they're at his penthouse, and he is overnight. He's arranged for a doctor to not only make a house call but be there like the next day to get her on birth control so he can stop using condoms. And this is where we'll get into the whole E.L. James does not understand how birth control works thing, which still 10 years later in a completely different book series that was literally a repeat of everything in this book series, she still didn't understand or get right or give a damn. Oh, do not play with forces beyond your ken, sir. I will challenge you any day of the week and twice on Sunday on that. You ever want to have a like movie TV trivia showdown? Do you know Red Letter Media? Have you watched their Star Trek trivia showdown episodes? Because I will go 1-for-1 with you and I will kick your butt. You name the time and place. We pick a show we both know, and we'll go head to head, and I will absolutely kick your butt, sir. But we will have a good time doing it. You name the place. Especially if it is like any of the first 4 series of Star Trek, which are the only ones that count as real Star Trek. I will whip your butt at some Star Trek. Or most anything by Joss Whedon. A lot of horror movies. We can definitely go round and round. We need like buzzers or something. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, like Xena. Right, right, right. Yes, I think he would. I think he would. I think he would insist on choosing the method of birth control, and it would be the thing that is the least inconvenient to him. Which, yeah, the shots that are once a month, or I think there's one that's like every 3 or 4 months even, would definitely be the way to go because it takes the least time. It's the easiest to keep up with. He could schedule the doctor's appointments to make sure she never missed. Which becomes a thing later. Shock and awe. But yeah, like no, I'm amazed that I'm amazed at like all of this. He really would. He really, really would. I mean, she did sign an NDA without looking, so we don't know what all it says. There could be something like that in there because she didn't read it. Because shouldn't you always just sign things without reading it? All right, chapter 18. Dr. Green. Now I have to tease a friend of mine in London because it's not spelled the same though. Dr. Green is tall, blonde, and immaculately dressed. She has to be blonde, of course, or Christian would try to fuck her. Dressed in a royal blue suit. I'm reminded of the women who work in Christian's office. Because as we've established, he only hires blonde women to work anywhere near him, or otherwise he knows he will try to rape them. She's like an identikit model. What's an identikit? It's all one word. Another Stepford blonde. Her long hair is swept up in an elegant chignon. She must be in her early 40s. Mr. Gray. She shakes Christian's outstretched hand. Can we just say it's creepy that a single guy has an OBGYN like on in his Rolodex, like on call? Like she has to wonder why. Like has she done the birth control for all 15, now 16 of his subs? Thank you for coming on such short notice, Christian says. Thank you for making it worth my while, Mr. Gray. So he paid her a lot of money is what I'm getting from that. Miss Steele. She smiles, her eyes cool and assessing. We shake hands and I know she's one of those women who doesn't tolerate fools gladly. Like Kate. I like her immediately. She gives Christian a pointed stare and after an awkward beat he takes his cue. I'll be downstairs, he murmurs, as he leaves what will be my bedroom. Well, Miss Steele, Mr. Gray is paying me a small fortune to attend to you. What can I do for you? Okay, so this person's already corrupt as hell. Can we just say this? Is this person even licensed? Because I'd be checking. And there's no way. Can I also just say, him being such a control freak, there's no way in hell he leaves the room. There's no way he leaves the room and lets this be a private conversation. Also, if anyone's going to be touching her or examining her in any way, you know he'd be there watching. He absolutely 100% would. And again, this is in America, so the rules are different. So I may be off a little bit here. Okay, I'm Canadian. I don't understand all the American stuff. It's complicated and confusing and makes no sense to me. But this is clearly a private doctor who just said they're being paid a small fortune by somebody else to take care of her. So does that mean she's going to be reporting everything to Christian without Anastasia's permission, or has she been told that Anastasia gave her permission or whatever? Again, I want to know if this person is licensed or not. Because anytime they're being paid ridiculous amounts of money, ethics and morality tend to go out the window, i.e. Michael Jackson. Or every pill-pushing doctor in Beverly Hills. Just because you have a license doesn't mean you are not a drug dealer. I think it did. Yes, this is creepy. And no, I don't think so, because you also know that Christian would have had he would have had the doctor sign an NDA as well, because he'd be worried about her ever saying something. Or let's say this. Let's say this. Birth control can have side effects. It can have bad side effects. So there's like a number of questions every doctor will ask to like make sure you don't have any of the super high risk factors that lead to the really bad can kill you side effects. Let's say one of the past subs had a bad reaction to the birth control because the doctor didn't ask one of those questions and something really bad but not deadly happened. That submissive woman is then in a position to sue the doctor for malpractice. But can they do that if they're not the ones paying the doctor, because Christian was paying? And like what kind of relationship do they have? Like how exactly does that work when there's a third party paying and it's a third party saying, I want you to treat this person but only like this, this, and this, and make sure you do this? Because he's like giving instruction. Like, how is that allowed? Where's the line? I don't. she definitely does. But how much does she know about what's really going on? Because wouldn't you be sus? Yeah, that's what I mean. If she did make a mistake and one of the past subs like got hurt somehow because of something she did, would how does the sub go about suing if doing so would probably violate their NDA with Christian? Because those records are public and his name would be all over it. Like, there's so much sus about this. No, she definitely isn't, and she definitely should be. After a thorough examination, again, there's no way Christian wouldn't be there for that, no way in hell. I mean, hell, I'm surprised he doesn't know how to do it himself. That really does surprise me. And lengthy discussion. So apparently there was actual talking. Dr. Green and I decide on the mini pill. Has anybody out there heard of the mini pill? Because I've never heard of this. I've heard of the pill. I've never heard of a mini pill. Is that real or did she make it up? She writes me a prepaid prescription. Is that a real thing? People in America, it's not a real thing here, but we have health cards and government insurance that covers that. So it doesn't matter. But is a prepaid prescription being written and handed over by a doctor, is that a real thing or not a real thing? It instructs me to pick up the pills tomorrow. I love her no-nonsense attitude. She's lectured me until she's as blue as her dress about taking it at the same time every day. And I can tell she's burning with curiosity about my so-called relationship with Mr. Gray. I don't give her any details. Somehow I don't think she'd look so calm and collected if she'd seen his red room of pain. I flush as we pass its closed door and head back downstairs to the art gallery that is Christian's living room. I am calling bullshit on that too, because if she has to take it every day at the same time, how is that any different than the regular pill? I know, right? The whole thing is so sus. This is true. Right? Yeah, prescriptions are filled by a pharmacy, but is there such a thing as like a prepaid one? Because I know in America you have to pay for prescriptions, but you pay for it like at the pharmacy when you get it filled. Is there a type of prescription pad that has like the word paid written at the top? This is true as well. You have to actually get in trouble before somebody has to bust you before you lose it. This is also true. But I don't think prepaid prescriptions are a thing. Christian is reading, seated on his couch. A breathtaking aria is playing on the music system, swirling around him, cocooning him. Can she see the music notes like swirling around him? This is not a thing, is it? No, it sounds like a made up thing. It's a convenient made up thing. Because what, Christian handing her like $50 would have been vulgar after everything else? Or him just like having it faxed to like a pharmacy that he knows and just like saying like put it on my card as like always or something. Like filling the room with a sweet, soulful song. For a moment he looks serene. He turns and glances at us when we enter and smiles warmly at me. Are you done? He asks as if he's genuinely interested. He points the remote at a sleek white box beneath the fireplace that houses his iPod, and the exquisite melody fades but continues in the background. Standing, he strolls towards us. Yes, Mr. Gray, look after her. She's a beautiful, bright young woman. Christian is taken aback, as am I. What an inappropriate thing for a doctor to say. Yeah? Is she giving him some kind of not so subtle warning? Why would you think that's a warning? Christian recovers himself. I fully intend to, he mutters, bemused. Or maybe she's wondering why you have a different woman every 3 months. I'll send you my bill, she says crisply as she shakes his hand. Good day, and good luck to you, Anna, because she thinks he buried the other 15 under the floorboards like I do. Like, she's the guy, the manager guy in Queen of the Damned. The first time that Jessie gets herself taken to Lestat and as one of two girls, and he recognizes her and sends the other girl away, and she's disappointed she's not going to sleep with the rock star. And the manager's like, no, come on, honey. It's a good thing. It's low and in the background, but you know that this guy knows that the girls he drops off to the vampire never gets asked to take them home. So he thinks something horrible is happening to them. The doctor is like that. She's like, yeah, I have these girls for about 3 months and then they just disappear and are never heard from again. You can get them here, but only at a hospital. So are we saying that she works at a hospital? She has time for this on the side? Are you allowed to both work at a hospital and have a private practice of your own? I don't know what FWIW means. No. I don't think either of those shows ever cover that. Yeah. Or maybe also, for what it's worth. Okay, thank you. Also, yeah, if she has been seeing his past subs, she's likely seen them deteriorate over the 3 months or however long that they're with Christian. So maybe she is giving him a bit of a warning, saying, like, I've seen you take ordinary women and destroy them before. I'm watching you, kind of thing. Though, what is she going to do? She's obviously still willing to take the massive amounts of money. Okay, the person who's supposed to be co-hosting says they will be here soon, but they said that like 15 minutes ago, so I think we have different definitions of soon. But we'll see. Taylor appears from nowhere to escort her through the double doors and out to the elevator. How does he do that? Where does he lurk? In any dark corner? I will say that's the only actor in the movies that I liked was the guy who plays Taylor, because I know him from other things, mostly The Unit, and from like guest appearances in everything. He does an amazing job on Criminal Minds. He is awesome. So when I saw him in it, I was like, okay, I totally get why he was picked for that role. I just hope he demanded a hell of a lot of money. I think in 2 of the 3 movies he doesn't even speak. How is that? Christian asks. Fine, thank you. She said I had to abstain from all sexual activity for the next 4 weeks. Christian's mouth drops open in shock, and I cannot keep a straight face any longer and grin at him like an idiot. Gotcha. Yeah, guy who knows how birth control works would totally fall for that. Or he wouldn't have immediately thrown a fit. He narrows his eyes, and I immediately stop laughing. In fact, he looks rather forbidding. See, this is what I mean. She tells a joke, and he's immediately furious, and now she's, like, afraid and going, oops, shouldn't have tried to lighten the mood. Like, if you have to act like that around someone, you don't need to be around them. Oh, shit. My subconscious quells in the corner, and all the blood drains from my face as I imagine him putting me across his knee again. See, it worked. She's afraid to make any mistake around him, because now she knows what he'll do about it. Gotcha, he says and smirks. That's not funny. See, she was being funny. He was not being funny. He grabs me around the waist and pulls me up against him. You're incorrigible, Miss Steele. No, she's not, because that is worthy of like kindergarten, and you fell for it, dumbass. He murmurs, staring down into my eyes as he weaves his fingers in my hair, and always with the hair pulling, holding me firmly in place. He kisses me hard, and I cling onto his muscular arms for support because as soon as he kisses her, her legs just disappear altogether. As much as I'd like to take you here and now, you need to eat, and so do I. I don't want you passing out on me later, he murmurs against my lips. Okay, I have two questions about that. One, his horniness can be overcome by his need to feed her, which is kind of creepy in and of itself. And two, what exactly are you planning to do that you think a woman in good health at a young age who sometimes eats might actually pass out if she misses one meal? Or are we being told that like her anorexia is way more advanced than we think? Is that all you want me for? My body, I whisper. Yes! That's why you picked a woman without a discernible personality. That in your smart mouth, he breathes. Again, only good for one thing. He kisses me again passionately, and then abruptly releases me, taking my hand and leading me to the kitchen. I am reeling from one kiss. She's reeling from one kiss. 1 minute we're joking, and the next, I fan my heated face. He's just sex on legs. Yep. Walking penis. Confirmed. And now I have to recover my equilibrium and eat something. The aria is still playing in the background. What's the music? Villa Lobos, an aria from something I'm not even going to try to pronounce. Good, isn't it? Yes, I murmur in total agreement. The breakfast bar is laid for two. Christian takes a salad bowl from the fridge. Chicken Caesar salad, okay with you? Oh, thank heavens, nothing too heavy. Yes, fine, thank you. I'm sure he thought of that. I watch as he moves gracefully through his kitchen. He's so at ease with his body on one level, and then he doesn't like to be touched. So maybe deep down he isn't. No man is an island, I muse. Except perhaps Christian Grey. Because he just has to be different from every other person in the history of ever at all times. What are you thinking? He asks, pulling me from my reverie. I flush. I was just watching you, the way you move. He raises an eyebrow, amused. And, he says dryly, I flush some more. You're very graceful. Why, thank you, Miss Steele, he murmurs, as he sits down beside me holding a bottle of wine. Chablis? Please. You see, he's always getting her drunk. They never have an encounter where he does not start pouring booze at some point. And it's stated that he's pouring her a drink, but do we see him drinking? I don't think so. But a glass of wine is a good idea. And it's getting late enough. This might be the last time I'm drinking for a while because for anyone not in Ontario, all the LCBO stores are closed and expected to be closed for the next 2 weeks at least because the premier of the province is a huge asshole conservative dickwad who thinks he has powers that he doesn't and is trying to privatize billions of dollars worth of shit that he doesn't have the right to do and would be a horrible idea. But LCBO is Liquor Control Board of Ontario because in Ontario there are 2 stores where you can buy liquor. This has changed a little recently. I'll get to it. LCBO stores, that's what they're called, LCBO, Liquor Control Board of Ontario, is where you can buy hard spirits. And then there is a place called The Beer Store. Guess what they sell? Beer. As of a couple years ago, you can also buy beer in a grocery store, but that is only about like 3 or 4 years old. And there is a little pop-up shop called The Wine Shop that has a few locations, but they have to keep the same hours as LCBO stores. because hours for liquor are limited. Like most stores will close at 9 or 10, and they're never open on a Sunday or on holidays. And those are the only places you can buy alcohol here. So as of right now, all the LCBO stores are closed because the workers have gone on strike to try to prevent the incredibly stupid, financially irresponsible, devastating for the next 50 years for the province thing that a guy who thinks he is king and is somehow still in power. Don't ask me, I didn't vote for him. Hello, hello.
God help the world.
Yes. I point out, it's the middle of summer. People want to frickin' drink right now. And you're so bad at leading a province that you let the liquor stores close at the height of their sales time. I guarantee you they do so much business in the summer just because partly because it's summer. People are out, they're going to boating, they're going to the lake, people want to freaking drink. Plus, this is the time of year when we get all the cross-border tourism. And one of the reasons people come up here is to party and drink. Because we have the good booze that's cheap and the beer that's stronger.
We had port.
So yeah, this is like the worst possible time for this to be happening. Like financially, it is absolutely the worst time. Like Christmas, there's like one day around Christmas that probably is a little higher, but for a consistent like 2 to 3 month period where they make all their money, this is it. And I'm also thinking like restaurants and stuff are going to start running out. They're not stocked up for this because nobody thought this was going to happen. Because we thought we had responsible government. We don't. This could lead to a snap election, by the way. If this drags on long enough, I guarantee you, votes of no confidence are going to start happening and it'll be Stephen Harper all over again. I watched that shit show for like 3 days when I was like 9 years old. I think it took a record of like 87 votes in a row over 3 days. But guess what? Down went the Harper government and all the conservatives with them. And it was over 20 fucking years before we elected a we elected a provincial conservative government again, and now look what they're doing again. There's a reason they didn't hold any power for over 20 years after that. But we forgot.
Well, I'm celebrating because we told
oh yeah, you guys
bugger off.
Yeah, you guys just had an election and what is it? Who's in power now?
Oh, Labour, but I don't care about
Labour. Okay, yeah, I heard they won a lot. I was only concerned about Larry the cat because the new prime minister.
Larry the cat's been taken outside and shot.
He has not, you jerk.
Yes, he has. I did it myself.
Oh, really? You live near number 10 Downing Street?
Maybe.
Because I saw Larry the cat today. Because people were concerned if Larry would get along with the new prime minister.
He was only shot this evening, so he was shot at dusk.
You're such a jerk.
Can't leave the poor bugger starve. His owner's no skimp, isn't he? He's out of a job.
No, he's not. He is. What is he? The chief office mouser of the UK or something? He's got a ridiculous title. But the kitty has a title.
Random crap. Yeah.
I will just never forget, like, whatever the equivalent of, like, the State of the Union that you have in the UK, whatever speech that is, that the Prime Minister gives. Boris Johnson was supposed to like, go do it once, and he got delayed by, like, 10 minutes because Larry the cat was under his car, and they couldn't get him out.
Best thing that cat ever did.
It was hilarious. Because I'm like, okay, this is the leader of one of the most powerful nations on earth, and he's currently delayed from making a globally televised speech because there's a cat under his car. Because, of course, Larry had positioned himself in the exact middle under the car where it was impossible to reach in from the side and grab him.
I know, right, Pacific. Yeah. They only had 15 years to do anything, and we're just about to start, and we got rid of the buggers. But I'm quite pleased anyway. My party got in, so not into government, but they got in here.
That does matter.
Mm-hmm. Mind you, Shuggy got his party in there as well, so we both got what we voted for.
Okay, so we're at the part where he's getting her drunk in anticipation of sex.
His anticipation?
Yes. He's admitted at least twice so far that he deliberately gets her drunk to lower her inhibitions when he wants to have sex with her, because otherwise she says no to too much of what he wants to do.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Well, he's also selling her car over her express wishes for him not to, but he never asked for the title or the registration.
That makes him a massive moron, but he's already a moron.
Oh, yeah. Well, last week he also gave her first punishment spanking, where he wrapped his legs around her legs so that when she tried to get away, which she physically tried to move away from him hitting her, which throughout the whole chapter, neither of them refer to it as spanking. They both refer to it as him hitting or beating her the entire time. And almost immediately she breaks down crying, tries to physically get away. He doesn't let her, keeps hitting her. Then when he's finished spanking, or as they say, hitting her, he fingered her without permission and without warning to say, "See, it got you wet. You must really like it, so stop crying," and then left like a complete jerk.
And this is what counts as erotica these days.
Absolutely, because then he came back and broke into the apartment even though the roommate tried to throw him out because he got mad that she was mad at him for leaving. So he came back more pissed off to say, "Okay, move over. I'm getting in your bed and sleeping with you tonight because that's what you said you wanted." Yeah.
And E.L. James was convinced that this was consensual stuff?
Apparently so. She is still crying.
E.L. James, you are a complete and utter fucking moron.
Yeah. Also, he literally breaks into the front door of their apartment. The roommate tries to stop him from going into Anastasia's bedroom because the roommate found her crying already and is like, "He leaves you crying every time. You need to stop seeing him." So the roommate tries to stop him in the hallway. We don't hear what he says to the pissed off roommate, but then suddenly he's just in the bedroom and the roommate is not heard from again the entire night.
So this is where the roommate gets a knife and...
Yeah. Well, the roommate had the right to throw him out too, is the thing. They both live there. She can tell him to get the fuck out too, which she did.
Does he own the premises?
No.
Is he any part of the lease or anything like that?
Nope.
Then he's a burglar, isn't he?
Yes. He literally broke in.
That is the definition of burglary, entering a premises to commit a crime.
Yeah. Because the roommate actively tried to stop him and say, "You can't come in, get out of here, leave," and he just doesn't.
Hint to any roommates out there, that's when you call the police.
Yes, I know, but the police don't exist in this world, as we'll see.
They barely bloody existed in the other one.
This is true, yeah. Well, in the other one, 2 people can be held in jail indefinitely and then be murdered in jail and nobody cares.
Apparently so.
And if you're rich, you can just hide the victim of a crime and tell the police she'll talk to you when she's ready. And then take her out of the country for several weeks.
I'd be like, yeah, no, you're nicked for obstruction.
Yeah, he definitely would have been, but you're forgetting that he has rich powers.
Rich powers be damned.
And in that case, he has a title too.
If Prince William tried that, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. And yeah, Maxim should have been arrested several times, so should Christian Grey.
They might do him the courtesy of getting a senior officer to arrest him, but...
Other than that...
But he's still getting arrested.
Yes. "Help yourself to salad," he says, his voice soft. "Tell me, what method did you opt for?" I'm amazed he doesn't already know, because he definitely has listening devices in the room. You know it. It's the only reason he wasn't in there watching. I'm momentarily thrown by his question when I realize he's talking about Dr. Green's visit. Mini pill, which we established does not exist. He frowns. And will you remember to take it regularly? At the right time? Every day? So he knows more than the author. Jeez, of course I will. How does he know? I blush at the thought. Probably from one or more of the 15. Yeah, he's had a lot of submissives. I'm not surprised he knows. I'm sure you'll remind me, I murmur dryly. He glances at me with amused condescension. I'll put an alarm on my calendar. He smirks. Eat. I'm curious, somebody has to have counted how many times he tells her to eat in this book. It's got to be north of 100. The chicken Caesar is delicious. To my surprise, I'm famished, and for the first time since I've been with him, I finish my meal before he does. The wine is crisp, clean, and fruity. Eager as ever, Miss Steele. He smiles down at my empty plate. I look at him from beneath my lashes. Yes, I whisper. My breath hitches as he stares down at me, the atmosphere between us slowly shifting, evolving, charging. We needed all these words. His look goes from dark to smoldering, taking me with him. He stands, closing the distance between us, and tugs me off my bar stool into his arms. Do you want to do this? He breathes, looking down at me intently. I haven't signed anything. I know, but I'm breaking all the rules these days. Who's to say he ever followed them with any of the other women? Are you going to hit me? Yes, but it won't be to hurt you. Okay, E.L. James, if you want us to find it romantic, you have to stop saying hitting. If you mean spanking, you have to say spanking. Otherwise, you're just talking about him punching her in the face.
That's probably exactly what she means.
Probably. I don't want to punish you right now. If you'd caught me yesterday evening, well, that would have been a different story. Holy cow. He wants to hurt me? This is not news to you. You have asked him at least 5 times. Why does he want to hurt women who look like you? He's never answered, but you have asked before, dumbass. Like, this is the thing. She's too stupid to fucking exist. Because he's explained multiple times that, yes, he likes to hurt women. He gets off on it. He has been very clear about this. She just doesn't want to hear it. How do I deal with this? I can't hide the horror on my face. This is not news to you, bitch. You knew this. You've known this for a long time. He did this to you already. You know it. What? This is not... Ugh. Don't let anyone try to... Wait, did I skip? Nope, I did not skip a page. It's just bad writing. Don't let anyone try to convince you otherwise, Anastasia. One of the reasons people like me to do this is because we either like to give or receive pain. It's very simple. You don't, so I spent a great deal of time yesterday thinking about that. He pulls me against him. His erection presses into my belly. How tall is he or short is she? I should run, but I can't. I'm drawn to him on some deep, elemental level that I can't begin to understand.
Yeah, that's called fear.
Yeah. He pulls me against him.
Fear? Never hear
Yeah.
that?
Okay, he pulls me against him. He's already done that twice. This makes 3 times, and his erection's pressing into her belly. How much more can he be pulling her into him?
I don't know, but she must have a pretty big belly button.
Ew, what you're implying, ew. Did you reach any conclusions? I whisper. No, and right now I just want to tie you up and fuck you senseless. Are you ready for that? Yes, I breathe as everything in my body tightens at once. Wow.
How romantic.
She doesn't even know what she just agreed to. Good. Come. He takes my hand and, leaving all the dirty dishes on the breakfast bar, we head upstairs. My heart starts pounding. This is it. I'm really going to do this. My inner goddess is spinning like a world-class ballerina, pirouette after pirouette. He opens the door to his playroom, standing back for me to walk through, and I'm once more in the red room of pain. It's the same. The smell of leather, citrus scented polish, and dark wood, all very sensual. My blood is running heated and scarred through my system. Adrenaline mixed with lust and longing. It's a heady, potent cocktail. Christian's stance has changed completely, subtly altered, harder and meaner. He's already a jerk 24/7. He gazes down at me and his eyes are heated, lustful, hypnotic. Because he really is secretly Dracula. That's all I'm getting from this page. He is Dracula from the Bram Stoker movie Dracula when he's seducing Mina Harker with the shades and the fog and the hand.
I have
Doing
come to suck your blood.
Yes.
No, not from up there.
No. This is the porno version. When you're in here, you are completely mine, he breathes, each word slow and measured. To do with as I see fit. Do you understand? His gaze is so intense. I nod, my mouth dry, my heart feeling as if it will jump out of my chest. Take your shoes off, he orders softly. I swallow and rather clumsily I take them off. He bends and picks them up and deposits them beside the door. Good.
So, how does that agreement, like, with when she's in that room, she is complete and utter sex slave.
Yeah.
But apparently, everywhere outside of that room,
she's also his
he's
complete
also
and utter.
his complete and utter sex slave.
Yes. Yeah. No.
Eel James, whatever.
He's full. He's completely full of it. Like, he only pretends to have limits or be flexible on anything. He really doesn't.
Mm-hmm. When he breaks into an apartment.
Yeah, no, he just wants absolute total domination and control 24/7. And he will take it whether she says yes or no or get away from me or anything else. Because he's an immature, spoiled jerk who's going to do what he wants until somebody stops him, and nobody stops him.
I mean, I thought this was America. I mean, I'm surprised that he wasn't shot.
I know, right? And none of the other women had, like, somebody, like a brother or father or someone that noticed the state that he left them in and demanded to know why.
Yep. Even over here, you lost the kneecaps.
Absolutely. Good. Don't hesitate when I ask you to do something. Now I'm going to peel you out of this dress. Something I've wanted to do for a few days. If I recall, I want you to be comfortable with your body, Anastasia. You have a beautiful body.
Peel her out of that dress.
Peel. E.L. James likes the word peel when it comes to clothes. She always uses it. It's as if everyone is, like, soaking wet and peeling their clothes off constantly.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point. I thought, you peeled the actual clothes off the person, not the person out of the clothes. But
I don't know. I think part of him wants to peel her skin off and wear it, but
probably.
And I like to look at it. It's a joy to behold. In fact, I could gaze at you all day, and I want you unembarrassed and unashamed of your nakedness. Do you understand? Yes. Yes, what? He leans over me, glaring. Yes, sir. Do you mean that? He snaps. Yes, sir. By the way, there's nothing written in here to indicate she changed her tone in any way. Good. Lift your arms over your head. I do as instructed. He reaches down and grabs the hem. Slowly, he pulls my dress over my thighs, my hips, my belly, my breasts, my shoulders, and up over my head. He stands back to examine me and absent-mindedly folds my dress, not taking his eyes off me. He places it on the large chest beside the door. Reaching up, he pulls my chin, his touch searing me. What? He's literally the devil? Yes, it is. You're biting your lip, he breathes. You know what that does to me, he adds darkly. Turn around. I turn immediately, no hesitation. He unclasps my bra and then, taking both straps, he slowly pulls it down my arms, brushing my skin with his fingers and the tip of his thumbnail as he slides my bra off. His touch sends shivers down my spine, waking every nerve ending in my body. He stands behind me, so close that I feel the heat radiating from him, warming me, warming me all over. He pull.
Bloody amateurs. He should be able to do that with one hand or with his teeth.
Yeah, yes.
Simple.
He pulls my hair so it's hanging all down my back, grasps a handful at my nape and angles my head to one side. He runs his nose down my exposed neck, inhaling all the way, then back up to my ear. The muscles in my belly clench, carnal and wanting. Geez, he's hardly touched me, and I want him. Yeah, that's because you were a virgin like 5 days ago. So everything takes her to 100 immediately. You smell as divine as ever, Anastasia, he whispers as he places a soft kiss beneath my ear. I moan. Quiet, he breathes. Don't make a sound. Okay, I like the don't make a sound game. I play it frequently when I have a subby, but I know to do it with experienced people. She is brand new to this. There's no way she can control that yet. Not a chance in hell. And this is not the first time where he's telling her to do something that is way more advanced than she is capable of, where he's definitely setting her up to fail so he has an excuse to punish her, because he said that for him, the parts he likes the best are when he gets to punish his submissives for breaking the rules because he likes inflicting pain on them. Again, I say this is why picking up experienced subs no longer works for him, because experienced subs will only make a mistake for the first couple of weeks, and then he will lose out on most of his opportunities to punish them, and that's why he gets bored and throws them away after a couple of months. That's why he needed someone who is not a submissive, because she will continue to defy him and break the rules and etc., etc. So he has a constant excuse to punish her, and she doesn't know any better because she doesn't realize what he's doing. Pulling my hair behind me, to my surprise, he starts braiding it in one large braid, his fingers fast and deft. He ties it with an unseen hair tie. When he's finished, gives it a quick tug, so I'm forced back against him. I like your hair braided in here, he whispers. Why? He releases my hair. Turn around, he orders. I do as I'm bid. My breathing shallow, fear and longing mixed together. It's an intoxicating mix. By the way, we find out the reason that he likes the braided hair, and it gets so much creepier. When I tell you to come in here, this is how you will dress. Just in your panties, do you understand? Yes. Yes, what? He glowers at me. Yes, sir. A trace of a smile lifts the corner of his mouth. Good curl. His eyes burn into mine. When I tell you to come in here, I expect you to kneel over there. He points to a spot beside the door. Do it now. I blink, processing his words, then turn and rather clumsily kneel as directed. You can sit back on your heels. I sit back. Place your hands on your forearms, flat on your thighs. Good. Now part your knees. Wider. Wider. Perfect. Look down at the floor. So we assume she's doing this as he's saying. He walks over to me and I can see his feet and shins in my field of vision. Naked feet. I should be taking notes if he wants me to remember. He reaches down and grasps my braid again, then pulls my head back so I'm looking up at him. Because he couldn't possibly just say, look at me. He has to, physically grab her hair. It's only just not painful. There's a hell of a description. Will you remember this position, Anastasia? Yes, sir. Good. Stay here. Don't move. He leaves the room. I'm on my knees, waiting. Where's he gone? What is he going to do to me? Time shifts. I have no idea how long he leaves me like this. A few minutes?
Oh,
5?
oh, he's absolutely going to murder her
10?
in the end.
Oh, yes! I know. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, this reads like he murdered all of his sons. Also, you never would do this to somebody's first time. You would never walk out and leave them alone. That is absolute
Hmm.
torture. And you would never, ever, ever treat a new submissive like this. Again, like he is like, experience level 95. She's experience level negative 105.
Hmm. I've just got it in my head, Anastasia, my last sub, had something that you don't have. And she's like, what's that? And he's like, a great big bushy beard.
Yeah, this is true. But again, he's just being such a jerk this whole time. My breathing becomes shallow. The anticipation is devouring me from the inside out. I'm amazed she didn't full blown panic, honestly. And suddenly he's back, and all at once I'm calmer and more excited in the same breath. Could I be more excited? I can see his feet. He's changed his jeans. These are older, ripped, soft and overwashed. Holy cow, these jeans are hot. And that line is why every guy suddenly had to buy a pair of ripped jeans.
Well, I can imagine them being hot, if they just come out of the tumble dryer, and especially the buttons. Oh, yeah. Many a hair is singed by a button.
He shuts the door and hangs something on the back. Good girl, Anastasia. You look lovely like that. Well done. Stand up. I stand but keep my face down. He may look at me. I peek up at him, and he's staring at me intently, assessing, but his eyes soften. He's taken off his shirt. Oh my, I want to touch him. The top button of his jeans is undone. I'm going to chain you now, Anastasia. Give me your right hand. I give him my hand. He turns it palm up, and before I know it, he swats the center with a riding crop I hadn't noticed in his right hand. Ugh. Okay, yes, I did think. I completely did think of that, R.I.P. Matthew Perry, but yes, I did think of that. I totally. I had that voice in my head. It happens so quickly that the surprise hardly registers. Even more astonishing, it doesn't hurt. Well, not much. Just a slight ringing sting. How does that feel? He asks. I blink at him, confused. Answer me. Okay. I frown. Don't frown. I blink and try for impassive. I succeed. She can control her own facial expression for like 2 seconds. Did that hurt? No. This is not going to hurt. Do you understand? Okay, it did hurt. It just only hurt a little, and him saying this is not going to hurt would be like the biggest red flag in the history of ever. Yes, my voice is uncertain. Is it really not going to hurt? No, because he's totally full of it. And his definition of doesn't hurt is clearly not that something actually doesn't hurt. It's just not hurtful enough to make her give the safety word, is where I think he's drawing the line. I mean it, he says. Geez, my breathing is so shallow. Does he know what I'm thinking? He shows me the crop. It's brown, plated leather. My eyes jerk up to meet his, and they're alight with fire and a trace of amusement. Because she had a dream about that, so he went out and bought one. We aim to please Miss Steele, he murmurs. Come. He takes my elbow and moves me beneath the grid. He reaches up and takes down some shackles with black leather cuffs. This grid is designed so the shackles move across the grid. I glance up. Holy shit. It's like a subway map. We're going to start here, but I want to fuck you standing up. So we'll end up by the wall over here. He points with the riding crop to where there's a large wooden X on the wall. Put your hands above your head. I oblige immediately, feeling like I'm exiting my body. That's the roofies kicking in. A casual observer of events as they unfold around me. This is beyond fascinating, beyond erotic. It's singularly the most exciting and scary thing I've ever done. I'm entrusting myself to a beautiful man who, by his own admission, is 50 shades of fucked up. I suppress the brief thrill of fear. Kate and Elliot, they know I'm here. Do they, though? Do they? He stands very close as he fastens the cuffs. Also, if in your head you're going, yeah, other people know I'm here, you only do that if you think he's about to kill you, by the way. Like, that is the ultimate just in case. It's like, at least the police will know where to find my body. He stands very close as he fastens the cuffs. I'm staring at his chest. His proximity is heavenly. He smells of body wash and Christian, an inebriating mix that drags me back into the now. I want to run my nose and tongue through that smattering of chest hair. Ew! I could just lean forward. He steps back and gazes at me, his expression hooded, salacious, carnal, and I'm helpless, my hands tied. But just looking at his lovely face, reading his need and longing for me, I can feel the dampness between my legs. He walks slowly around me. You look mighty fine trussed up like this, Miss Steele. She's not trussed up like anything. You shackled her hands, you idiot. You don't even know the proper words for things. And your smart mouth is quiet for now. I like that. I thought, yeah, he just literally like 3 pages ago said he likes her smart mouth. Now he's saying he likes it when it's quiet.
Didn't even read her right.
And again, this is her first time, and he's put her in cuffs that she can't take off by herself. Standing in front of me
It's
again,
going to work well when he
breaks her arms. Standing in front of me again, he hooks his fingers into my panties, and at a most unhurried pace peels them down my legs, stripping me agonizingly slowly, so that he ends up kneeling in front of me, not taking his eyes off mine. He scrunches my panties in his hand, holds them up to his nose, and inhales deeply. Ew! Holy fuck, did he just do that? He grins wickedly at me and tucks them into the pocket of his jeans. Again, ew! I realize this is a cottage industry in Japan, but ew. Uncoiling from the floor, rising lazily like a jungle cat, he points the end of the riding crop at my navel, leisurely circling it, tantalizing me. At the touch of the leather, I quiver and gasp. He walks around me again, trailing the crop through the middle of my body. Like a magician. The woman being cut in half with the riding crop. I'm sorry. That image just came into my head. I need a minute. It's like the worst trick on Penn and Teller ever. Oh dear God. Okay, no, I need a drink. Ugh. Kitty's still trying to fit himself on the box he doesn't fit on, for anyone who's seen the pictures the last few days on my Discord. And yes, for Snickety, he does assert that he completely fits on the box, and it's just your imagination that every time he curls up on it, that part of him is hanging off and laying on the floor. You're just seeing things. He has rearranged himself, so now instead of his head, it's his back legs and his tail that are on the floor. Poor kitty. I did feel bad when the puppy destroyed his other floor spot that he was so happy in. Because he was so happy, and he's rarely a happy kitty. He's usually, quite miserable. But he was so happy having his pile of papers in the floor. And then Bo had to be a little brat and pee on them because he didn't like that the kitty was that close to mommy and getting more attention. He pees on that box, it's going to be all out war again because they really did go to war for 3 days after he peed on the papers on the floor. And I mean, anytime I wasn't looking, they were literally just wrestling, trying to kill each other. Yes, I know that's what the kitty thinks. This is why as soon as I get up in the morning, he runs to the spot where his food goes. And even though there's already a pile of food, he loudly sits there and loudly meows until I at least pretend to feed him breakfast. And he's also a weird kitty because even though he has had different food bowls, he will not eat out of a frickin' bowl. He demands that his food be served in a pile on the table where his food bowl used to go before I gave up and got rid of the food bowl because he would never eat out of it. And yet, literally, he'd be sitting there whining for food. And if I just took the bowl and dumped it on the table and then took the bowl away, then he'd happily eat it. But not out of the bowl. On his second circuit, he suddenly flicks the crop and it hits me underneath my behind, against my sex. Can't say vagina, E.L. James. Is that you can't say ass? I cry out in surprise as all my nerve endings stand to attention. Did he somehow manage to hit her clit from behind? Because that would be a hell of a magic trick. I pull against the restraints. The shock runs through me, and it's the sweetest, strangest, hedonistic feeling. Oh, seriously, one smack, and she's already out of bacchanalia. This is insane. She is just literally too naive to exist. Again, E.L. James, make it the first week of college, not the last, and make her Amish. Then she makes sense. Other than that, she doesn't make sense as a functioning human being. Quiet, he whispers as he walks around me again. The crop slightly higher around the middle of my body. This time when he flicks it against me in the same place I'm anticipating it. My body convulses at the sweet, stinging bite. Again, this is a riding crop he's hitting her with. There's no sting, there's no bite. A riding crop doesn't hit that hard. Allow me to fucking demonstrate, because I have one. Okay? I have one. I hit the book with it when it's bad, okay? That is about as hard as I can swing this thing. Let me see. Okay, that is about as hard as you can swing this. I'm literally cracking it as hard as I literally can, and I'm missing half the time. And yeah, a little bit red after about 6 hits. Kind of stings a little bit, but mostly what I'm feeling is the stick part. When the stick is hitting my hand, that I can feel. If I'm just using the tip of it, literally just the tip like this, that does not sting. I could do this all day. And see, I'm hitting it on the whiter part of my hand. Is it getting red? No. Okay, it can't even turn the palm of my hand red when I'm just using the tip, because it is soft as hell. And again, I'm hitting it as hard as I possibly can. Okay? It doesn't sting. It doesn't bite. This is nothing. This is a toy. And I don't mean like a vibrator is a toy. This is a toy. This is $5. This is for fun. This is a joke. This is not real. People who are supposedly as experienced and serious about this as he is would not be using such a thing in this occasion. Aww. Sometimes pets just make up their own rules of the universe. And, you as the human have to just learn to follow them because they have just decided that this is how it's going to be. And I was expecting Deadpool to be all over that, not you. I gotta figure out a way to make my keyboard not squeak. I don't know why it's doing it either, because it's like a fairly new keyboard. It's only I think 3 or 4 months old. And it's making this squeaking sound, like old springs. And I don't know what to do about it because it's getting annoying. Excuse me. He makes his way around me again. As he makes his way around me, he flicks it again, this time hitting my nipple. I throw my head back as my nerve endings sing. Okay, flicking it on the nip would hurt, especially if you did it vertical and not horizontal, but I'm guessing that he didn't. That could hurt if you do it right, but especially to her. He hits the other, a brief, swift, sweet chastisement. My nipples harden and elongate from the assault, and I moan loudly, pulling on the leather cuffs. Does that feel good? He breathes. No telling her to be quiet about the moaning this time, so he's completely consistent about that. Why am I not surprised? Yes. He hits me again across the buttocks. Again, she can't say ass. She said it once and I swear it was a typo. The crop stings this time. Yes, what? Yes, sir. I whimper. So that time he intended for it to hurt because she forgot to say sir. He comes to a stop, but I can no longer see him. My eyes are closed as I try to absorb the myriad sensations coursing through my body. Very slowly, he rains small, biting licks of the crop down my belly, heading south. I don't even know how to make sense of that word salad. I know where this is leading, and I try to psych myself up for it. But when he hits my clitoris, I cry out loudly. Can I just say, in a standing position, unless he's got a spreader bar involved, that's a very hard thing to do. Because he didn't say that, he told her to put her legs apart, so. Oh, please, I groan. That would so not be most people's response to that. Quiet, he orders. Oh, now he remembers she's supposed to be quiet. He missed it 2 or 3 times, but now he remembers. And hits me again on my behind. I don't know. I don't know if he is or is not yet. I don't think she's suffering sufficiently for him to get it up yet. I highly doubt. I doubt he's got more than a semi at this point.
I doubt he'd get more than a semi anyway.
We don't know that he is not on Viagra. We don't know that.
That is with the Viagra.
Well, it would make sense. He is so psychologically messed up, and it's said basically that the only way he can get off is by beating women who look like his dead mother.
I'm sat here calling out Christian Grey as a little bitch.
Yeah, no, yep. I have chat, back me up. Mark has been away for a couple weeks as he was becoming a lawyer and being a student and all that. How many times have I called Christian Grey a whiny little bitch? How many times have I called him a whiny little bitch, or an immature brat, or a spoiled child, or all of the above? I did not expect this to be like this. I'm lost. Lost in a sea of sensation. And suddenly he's dragging the crop against my sex. That's a good way to ruin the leather, by the way. Through my pubic hair, down to the entrance of my vagina, down and like back. And I'm again, E.L. James, you didn't think this through like anatomically. I know you haven't been. You were greatly missed. And where's like a picture of the puppy? You know, I haven't seen her in days. Though there is if you did not post that picture of her with the headphones on to my pet page, please do, because she looks adorable. There is a picture of the now much recovered puppy. Everybody send love to the puppy girl because she's much better now and will be chasing rabbits again very soon.
I've got plenty of bloody rabbits here that she can have.
See, you can send her on a trip to visit Mark to celebrate her recovery. Because
now I've got 3 rubber ducks for some bloody reason.
Oh, please send me a picture. Because
I'm getting slightly worried that the rubber ducks are multiplying.
I was going to say,
rabbits, I can understand multiplying. It's what they do.
But the ducks are multiplying.
I can kind of understand multiplying because they also do that. But rubber ducks, how the hell do they multiply?
Yes, apparently Anastasia's sex is above. Yeah, she has weird anatomy. 2 more inches and she's fully healed. Does she have any fur regrowing yet? Because for those of you who don't know, Persnickety's dog was viciously attacked and has been recovering for several weeks.
Was it Christian Grey that did it?
9 weeks. Jesus. Poor puppy. Like, no, puppy for real, like, lost all the fur and, like, skin off one of her legs, more or less, and has been a bandaged up poor creature for, like, 2 months. She's wearing a cone. She couldn't go outside. Like, she was the most miserable puppy. But she's finally recovering and will soon be allowed to, like, run and chase rabbits as she is intended to do. Yes, all the love for the puppy girl. Though I am reliably told she's been getting overfed treats, so there is that. God, 9 weeks. Well, and also I know, like, you know, Snickety's had to take her to the vet like 2 to 3 to 4 times a week for 9 weeks. Like, Jesus. Like, girl, when you add up those bills, it's going to be an astronomical number.
I hope the other person is getting those bills.
She's working on it. It's not quite that clear cut. Yes, overfed is relative. She'll work it off. And you know, she's recovering. She needs the extra calories, you know, to grow that skin and fur back. She really needs to be fed, you know, twice her body weight in peanut butter every day. Yes, after 9 weeks of daily bandage changes, God, I could not do that for myself. But yeah, you must have a stack of receipts like 4 feet high at this point. Down to the entrance of my vagina. See how wet you are for this, Anastasia. Open your eyes and your mouth. I would say if he puts it in her mouth, I may throw up. I'm just letting you know right now. If he takes the riding crop and puts it in her mouth, I reserve the right to throw up, and that may happen. And again, this is the second time where he's pulling the "see it made you wet, therefore you must like it" thing. This time is a little bit more acceptable because she agreed to this and does appear to be enjoying herself. The other time was blatantly not. The other time was very much the equivalent of a rapist saying, "Oh, you had an orgasm, therefore you liked it, and therefore it's not rape," and I don't care that the law used to agree with that, it's still a bunch of bullshit. I do as I'm told, completely seduced. He pushes the tip of the crop into my mouth. I'm gonna. Yes, and several judges. I heard a judge say that, a sitting judge. After a rapist was convicted by a jury, the judge apparently disagreed with the jury and pretty much said, well, she enjoyed it, therefore it wasn't rape, therefore I refuse to impose any sentence because I think this person is not guilty even though the jury found him guilty. Please tell me, not that I'm doubting your math skills, but it's a lot. Please use a calculator. One that keeps a list so you can see what you already entered when you get halfway through and are going, wait, did I put this one in or this one? Did I put this already? I'm not sure. Maybe I should put this again. You need the calculator where you can see the list of inputs. It's very important when doing long lists of bills. But if it's not north of a minimum 10 grand, maybe 15 grand, I'll absolutely die of shock because I know what vet bills be like. Again, please consult in your area what the maximum on small claims court is because I think you're well outside it. Did I skip a page? Nope. Okay. It's just really repetitive at some points. Fan. He pushes the tip into my mouth like my dream. Holy shit. See how you taste. Suck. Suck hard, baby. I hate it when he calls her baby. I absolutely hate it. I love that. I love especially when he hits too many buttons and it's churning out and it keeps going and keeps going and keeps going. And he's looking at the camera this wasn't supposed to take this long, but oops. He's gotten better though. He's learned to press less buttons. Though I still wish they would bring two things on the Colbert Show. I wish they would bring back Confessions. Because I want that book. That book was not available in Canada. I couldn't get the book. I wanted it and I couldn't buy it. I was totally upset about that. I want that book. And the chalkboard drawings. I need the chalkboard drawings back because those were awesome. My mouth closes around the crop and my eyes lock on his. I can taste the rich leather and the saltiness of my arousal. I'm gonna absolutely vomit. His eyes are blazing. He's in his element. He pulls the tip from my mouth and he stands forward and grabs me and kisses me hard, his tongue invading my mouth. Wrapping his arms around me, he pulls me against him. His chest crushes mine, and I itch to touch him, but I can't. My hand's useless above me. Oh, Anastasia, you taste mighty fine. Shall I make you come? Okay, just to show we are consistent. Wrong come. Still the wrong come. E.L. James does not know. Still the wrong come. You have that book, you bitch!
I'm glad I was muted because that facepalm hurt.
Okay, persnickety, picture or it doesn't count. Picture or I don't believe you. And also, I may send you money and get you to buy me a copy. No, I really did try to buy that book, and I really couldn't. And I
I
was
know I'm
very
like 5
upset.
minutes behind. What book are we on again?
How are you 5 minutes behind? Why are you 5 minutes behind?
Because I'm multitasking.
Oh my god.
I've got 24 hours worth of random crap to catch up on.
This is live. Do you not know?
Mm-hmm. I'm passively monitoring, like, any pilot would.
You are meant to be responding in real time.
I only respond to my own call sign.
Which is?
Never mind.
Well, I know it's not legal because that's taken.
I got multiple. My current one is Airwave 69. Because reasons.
Okay, I have to see if she actually has the book. She does actually have the book, you bitch. You brat. You have the boat book too! Oh, I couldn't get the boat book. I wanted to, but it was limited print and it was sold out so quickly. Because they gave that money to charity, so it sold out like instantly. Yeah, no, I tried to get the whose boat is this boat. I did try to buy that especially because it was for charity, and I always will like if there's a book for charity and I can, I will always buy the book. But yeah, no, I tried to get the boat book, but it was sold out. So that's why I didn't get that one. But the Midnight Confessions, oh you bitch, I am so pissed because I want that and I couldn't get it. And I've always wondered why I couldn't get it here. Like, because usually like comedy books are pretty universal. They're not usually restricted. So I don't know what the hell. Maybe they didn't expect it to be a big seller, so they just didn't want to like offer it that wide kind of thing. Like maybe. Yes, that book. Yes, that book. Both of those books. There, where was I? See, the other problem is this is written entirely in like block text, so anytime I look away for a second, I lose my spot because there's no spaces on any page. Like, there's literally no paragraph spacing in this entire thing. It's literally just one long brick of text, the entire book. And sometimes I swear the chapter endings were decided by just like flicking through a page and going, yeah, there, yeah, there. I think that's the only logic of it. He pulls the tip from my mouth and stands forward and grabs me and kisses me hard, his tongue invading my mouth. Wrapping his arms around me, he pulls me against him, his chest crutches mine, I used to touch him and the other. Oh, Anastasia, you taste mighty fine. Where was I? Shall I make you come? Oh, yes, because the L. James still can't spell come. Please, I beg. The crop bites my buttocks. Ow. How did he whip her on the ass, like standing in front of her? He's pressed against her, chest to chest. How did he whip her on the ass that well? Please what? Please, sir, I whimper. He smiles at me, triumphant. With this, he holds the crop up so I can see. Yes, sir. Are you sure? He looks sternly at me. Wouldn't she be confused as to how he can make her come with just a riding crop? Because I don't think that's quite in her sexual lexicon yet. Yes, please, sir. Now, do not make me think of my favorite Oliver movie, you fucking. Close your eyes. I shut the room out, him out, the crop out. He starts small, biting licks of the crop against my belly once more, moving down, soft, small licks against my clitoris. Once, twice, 3 times, again and
Lady.
again. Yes. Also, E.L. James can only ever count to 3. She has this thing about counting during sex, but it only ever gets to 3. Again and again until finally, that's it. I can take no more. And I come, glorious, loudly, sagging weakly. So all he had to do was literally flicker clit, according to this, 5 times with a riding crop, and that his arms curl around me as my legs turn to jelly. I dissolve in his embrace, my head against his chest, and I'm mewling and whimpering as the aftershocks of my orgasm consume me. Okay, I'm sorry. I know she's a virgin and she literally comes at the drop of a hat, but nobody has an orgasm that good with aftershocks based on what he did to her and the fact that he is no longer doing it. He lifts me and suddenly we're moving. My arms still tethered above my head, and I can feel the cool wood of the polished cross at my back. And he's popping the buttons on his jeans. Okay, why? How many buttons do jeans have? It's a. Like, are these jeans, like, from, like, do they have, like, a cod piece built on the front? Why are there more than one buttons on the jeans? And she said it was already unbuttoned, so what's with the buttons? He puts me down against the cross briefly while he slides on a condom. Then his hands wrap around my thighs as he lifts me again. Lift your legs, baby. Wrap them around me. Again, stop it with the baby. What? Yes, I have thought about that. I'm not kidding. I really have. I said I was going to get a highlighter and start drawing a highlighted line down the page to show me where. Yes, thank you. There's no way he whipped her ass that good when they're pressed chest to chest. Like, the logistics are just not there. That's also true. I feel so weak, but I do as he asks, as he wraps my legs around his hips and positions himself beneath me. With one thrust, he's inside me, and I cry out again. Because E.L. James only knows one way of entering a woman, and it's just going, just literally balls deep in one thrust every single time. That is the only way, including if she's a virgin and it's her first time, because twice that has happened in her books. But literally, no guy in E.L. James' book has a concept of, like, working it in slowly or easing in or, like, you know, drawing that out a little bit to tease her or anything. No. It's just wham, all the way, like, in and grinding instantly. There's no. Ugh. Okay, hopefully the mute function worked then. Ugh. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. 2 seconds. Okay, didn't die to the coughing fit. Unrealistic sex. With one thrust, he's inside me, and I cry out again, listening to his muffled moan in my ear. My arms are resting on his shoulders as he thrusts into me. Geez, it's deep this way. They've had sex from behind. This should not be so much more than that. He thrusts again and again, his face at my neck, his harsh breathing at my throat. I feel the buildup again. Jeez, no, not again. I don't think my body will withstand another earth-shattering moment, but I have no choice. And with an inevitability that's becoming familiar, I let go and come again, and it's sweet and agonizing and intense. I lose all sense of self. What sense of self? Christian follows, shouting his release through clenched teeth, holding me hard and close as he does. By the way, Christian Grey officially made it 4 thrusts. That puts him 1 up on Maxim. Maxim only ever made it 3. So Christian Grey made it 4 thrusts once inside a woman. Not lying.
Why do these pieces of shit always seem to, come quick?
Because of what you said?
Uh huh.
Because they are horny, immature little idiots who never learned any stamina or have to worry about pleasing the women. Because keep in mind, at least with Maxim, we know that he had a really fucked up introduction to sex, because once it was discovered that he was having sex, his father took him to a brothel and said, if you're going to be fucking girls, you better learn how to fuck. So the fact that he pretty much got his sex education from fucking paid women is it any wonder that he never got past, the way a 15-year-old or 13-year-old, depending on which page you were on, because his age went back and forth on that. So a 13-year-old being given unlimited access to prostitutes, are we surprised that he never learned to last for more than like a minute and a half? And thinks that he's God King of sex just by sheer volume of numbers, but noticed that there was no repeating, which is why he slept with roughly 6,000 women, as we figured out. They're both Maxim Trevelyan and Christian Grey both clearly go for quantity over quality. And hey, if you have a different girl either every night or every few months, nobody knows that you suck. This is true. Yes, Christian's intro was Kim Basinger, who was like 45 when he was 15, and he still considers that was not an abusive relationship in any way, and it was the best thing that could have possibly happened to him. And he still goes to her for advice. And they have a business relationship. And she screens all of his subs. Wait, do they know each other? This might have been before my time in terms of Hollywood history because he's like 60. So, do they know each other? Because I don't really know Kim Basinger. I know she's like famous and like old Hollywood, but I don't know her from anything. Like she's entirely before my time. So I have no idea why she's famous or like what her iconic roles were. Are you being serious? Are you actually being serious or are you playing a joke? They were married? Alec Baldwin was married to Kim Basinger. Do we think she'll testify at the trial? The trial, which, by the way, as long as it is still being live broadcast, I am going to be live watching and reacting to every day. Starting on, I think it's Tuesday is the first day. So as long as it is still being live streamed to the world, I will be watching it. So, feel free to join me if we need to see this. No, and thank you for posting the picture of the puppy girl. Baby girl. Okay, also, not only is the book I want still available for Americans, but $10 for a hardcover. You fucking suck, America. You suck, you suck, you suck. They have a kid. Is that the one that when she was 12, he like called her a pig or something? Because she didn't want to be with him because he was like off the wagon again. He was using, and the kid said, I don't want to be around you when you're drunk and high. And so he left a message for his 12-year-old daughter calling her like a disgusting pig and stuff like that. Because I know he has kids from like a previous marriage than the 8 kids he has with his current wife. I think it's 8, it's 7 or 8.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, because like literally his current wife gave birth like 4 days after the Rush shooting.
It must have been a 3-second jobby for him as well.
Yeah, no, his I think it's 8 kids he has with his current wife. She's like 30 years younger than him. Not that I have anything wrong with an age difference, but I do have something wrong with the fact that they have that many kids. Because I have something wrong with anybody having that many kids, honestly. At some point, you turn into your own mini cult.
I can't say anything. I've probably got 25 of them running around somewhere.
Yeah, right. I'm sure the missus would be totally okay with that.
I'm told her that, yeah.
Because you'd like to hold on to your balls for a little while longer before she cuts them off? Well, I'm sure she'll make sure that, you get her knocked up with at least one first, but... Or was it a really unsatisfying sex? He pulls out of me swiftly and sets me down against the cross. Ow. His body supporting mine. Unbuckling the cuffs, he frees my hands and we both sink to the floor. He pulls me into his lap, cradling me. And I lean my head against his chest. If I had the strength, I'd touch him, but I don't. Belatedly, I realize he's still wearing his jeans. Well done, baby, he murmurs. Did that hurt? No, I breathe. I can barely keep my eyes open. Why am I so tired? Again, roofies. Did you expect it to? He whispers as he holds me close, his fingers pushing some escaped tendrils of hair off my face. Yes. You see, most of your fear is in your head, Anastasia. He pauses. Would you do it again? I think for a moment as fatigue clouds my brain. Again? Yes. My voice is so soft. He hugs me tightly. Okay, he's so being such a cult asshole right now because we both know that what he just did to her is nothing compared to what he usually does to his subs in this room. He's only doing it to lull her into the false sense of security, and he knows not to
I'm
go.
totally not going to murder you and drink your blood.
Yeah, until next week. Good, so would I, he murmurs, then leans down and softly kisses the top of my head. And I haven't finished with you yet. Not finished with me yet? Holy Moses. There's no way I can do any more. I'm utterly spent and fighting an overwhelming desire to sleep. I'm leaning against his chest. My eyes are closed and he's wrapped around me, arms and legs, and I feel safe and oh so comfortable. Will he let me sleep? Perchance to dream? My mouth quirks up at the silly thought, and turning my face into Christian's chest, I inhale his unique scent and nuzzle him. But immediately he tenses. Oh crap. I open my eyes and glance up at him. He's staring down at me. Don't, he breathes in warning. I flush and look back at his chest in longing. I want to run my tongue through the hair, kiss him, and for the first time I notice he has a few random, faint, small, round scars dotted on his chest. Chickenpox? Measles? I think absently. Kneel by the door, he orders as he sits back, putting his hands on his knees, effectively releasing me. No longer warm, the temperature of his voice has dropped several degrees. I stumble clumsily into a standing position and scoot over to the door and kneel as I'm instructed. I'm shaky and very, very tired, monumentally confused. Who would have thought I could have found such gratification in this room? Who could have thought it would be so exhausting? Well, you were hanging from the ceiling, so I would think, yeah, this is true. She completely did, because it's the only time that it has mattered. And yes, of course it is. That and to be or not to be, because everybody knows that, including my dog. My limbs are deliciously heavy, sated. My inner goddess has a do not disturb sign on the outside of her room. Christian is moving about the periphery of my vision. My eyes start to droop. Boring you, am I, Miss Steele? I jump awake and Christian is standing in front of me, his arms crossed, glaring down at me. Oh shit. Caught napping. This is not going to be good. His eyes soften as I gaze up at him. Well, maybe he shouldn't have, given her such a big dose if he wanted her conscious for more than the next 30 minutes. I think he miscalculated. Stand up, he orders. I climb warily to my feet. He stares at me and his mouth quirks up. You're shattered, aren't you? I nod shyly, flushing. Stamina, Miss Steele. He narrows his eyes at me. I haven't had my fill of you yet. Hold out your hands in front of me as if you were praying. Roughly. I blink at him. Praying? Praying for you to go easy on me. I do as I'm told. He takes a cable tie and fastens it around my wrist, tightening the plastic. No, 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 no. I forgot this. I forgot that this was in here. This is not in the movie. I did not know this was in here. Fucking A. No. Never use cable ties as your bondage gear. This is a horrible idea. This is so unbelievably unsafe. No. Do not do this. Do not let anyone do this. This is no. Cable ties are for kidnappers, Not for kinky times. Do not ever, 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 ever use cable ties as part of your bondage gear. It is a horrible idea. Cable ties and zip ties are the same thing, persnickety. They're the same thing. They're the exact same thing. Cable ties, zip ties is just a cultural difference in saying them. The plastic ties. Do not fucking use these for bondage. That is a horrible, dangerous idea. And I have said it from the beginning, so nobody can accuse me of not being consistent, because I said it from the beginning when he bought them. Yeah, true. Thank you. Yes, you are. Because that is beyond dangerous. No. No, 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 no. These are not made for bondage. No. Very, very horrible idea. He takes the cable tie and fastens it around my wrists, tightening the plastic. Holy hell. My eyes fly to his. Look familiar? He asks, unable to conceal his smile. Geez, the plastic cable ties. Restocking at Clayton's. It all becomes clear. I gape up at him as adrenaline spikes through my body anew. Okay, that's got my attention. I'm awake now. I try to pull my wrists apart, testing my bonds, and as I do, the plastic bites into my flesh. It's sore, but if I relax my wrists, they're fine. The tie is not cutting into my skin. I feel like somebody made her put that line in because, yeah, plastic ties will cut into you pretty quickly. But, so yeah, he's got them so tight that she has to stay like perfectly still or perfectly relaxed. Oh, no, no, no. Not bungee cords. It's the plastic zip tie kind is what it means. They're called, at least where I am, they're also called cable ties. The bungee tie, I've never heard the term bungee ties. They're always bungee cords where I am, but again, it's just a cultural regional thing. Yeah. Because it's so dangerous. So incredibly dangerous. Because those can cinch, like, they can get cinched tighter so easily. And then, once they're that tight, trying to cut them off is really hard. You will cut skin, you will cut flesh trying to get them off. And they can do, like, circulation cutoff damage in seconds. And yeah, no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Come. He takes my hands and leads me to the four-poster bed. I notice now it has dark red sheets on it and a shackle at each corner. He leans down and whispers in my ear, I want more. Much, much more. And my heartbeat starts pounding again. Oh boy. But I'll make this quick. You're tired. Hold on to the post, he says. So she's tired, and he knows it. He knows she's physically overwhelmed. She's falling asleep because he's physically exhausted her so much. But instead, he ties her hands together and says, I'll make this quick, as he directs her to the bed and tells her to hold on. Like, do we think if she falls asleep, because she's on a big, soft, comfy bed right now, laying down. So if she falls asleep, do we think he's going to stop? Hell no.
No chance.
None whatsoever. And second, I do not speak American, just like I refuse to call them freedom fries, and I'm never letting y'all live that down because, Jesus, I remember laughing so hard at that. I was like 13 and I was laughing my ass off watching that shit show. Which, by the way, even though it passed, nobody ever did that in the history of ever. But yeah, she'd be asleep in 2 seconds. I frown. Not on the bed then? Okay, wait, did I miss that he didn't put her on the bed? Because I thought he put her on the bed. No, apparently she's just standing next to the bed. My bad. So he's got her standing next to the bed and is telling her to hold on to the post. I find I can part my hands as I grasp the ornately carved wooden post, not all the way. Lower, he orders. Good. Don't let go. If you do, I'll spank you. Understand? First time he's called it spanking, by the way. Yes, sir. Good. He stands behind me and grasps my hips, then quickly lifts me backwards. How is he lifts her back? Lifts her backwards. James, think about words. So I'm bending forward, holding the post, meaning he just yoinked her hips backwards to make her bend over. Don't let go, Anastasia, he warns. I'm going to fuck you. Hard. From behind. Hold the post to support your weight. Understand? Yes. He smacks me across my behind with his hand. Ow. It stings. Yes, sir, I mutter quickly. Part your legs. He puts his leg between mine and holding my hips. He pushes my right leg to the side. Okay, so why is he telling her to part her legs if he's gonna do it for her anyway? Like, how confused is this guy? I'm aware. Yes, but I'm just letting you know that the rest of the world also pointed and laughed at stupid, and we're still laughing. Oh, aren't you sweet? I'm aware they're not from France. And in France, they aren't called French fries. No, or how sex works in any possible way. That's better. After this, I'll let you sleep. Anytime you're in a relationship that involves the words, I'll let you sleep, run. Sleep? I'm panting. I'm not thinking of sleep now. He reaches up and strokes my back. You have such beautiful skin, Anastasia. Okay, that just sounded like Buffalo Bill so hard. You cannot tell me he's not channeling Buffalo Bill, okay? This is like the third time. Oh, I know. How nice that he'll let his sex slave actually have a nap. He breathes as he bends down and kisses me along my spine. Gentle, feather-light kisses. At the same time, his hands move around to my front, palming my breasts. And as he does this, he traps my nipples between his fingers and tugs them gently down really good. Hurl, I stifle my moan as I feel my whole body respond, coming alive for him once more. He gently bites and sucks at my waist. He gently bites and sucks me at my waist, tugging my nipples, and my hands tighten on the exquisitely carved post. His hands drop away, and I hear the now familiar tear of foil as he kicks his jeans off. You have such a captivating, sexy ass, Anastasia Steele. What I'd like to do to it.
Oh, God.
His hands smooth and shape each of my buttocks. Then his fingers glide down and he slips 2 fingers inside me. So wet. You never disappoint, Miss Steele. He whispers and I hear the wonder in his voice. Hold tight. This is going to be quick, baby. As opposed to what? Every time he has fucked her, it's been quick! I'm not lying! Look at every time they have had sex, they have all been very quick! Yes, it puts the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again! What is the song? There's a song that I like that has it that made a chorus out of it puts the lotion in the basket. But every time they've had sex, it's been quick. That is the only frequency of sex with Christian Grey is that, like Maxim Trevelyan, he lasts 1, 2, 3, and he's done. Yeah, he's like part succubus or something. He's the vegetable vampire from the 4th episode of Smallville. And if I actually correctly remember that that's the 4th episode, somebody hit me until it goes away. Because I still can't believe I binge watched that show out of like having pneumonia and nothing else was on TV. Two pump chump, is that a real thing? Yeah, that's what he is. Well, 3, because he counts to 3, and then, yeah. So, whatever the word for 3 is. Is that real? I've never seen any of the American Pie. The only thing I know about American Pie is that I am very sad that Allison Hannigan is in it. I have no idea why there were 3 of them. I have no idea why people like them, and they're vulgar, gross comedy. Where in one of them,
there were a lot more than 3.
Really?
Yeah.
I think in one of them, whoever the lead guy is fucks a pie. I know that's how they became famous, is that the guy sticks his dick in an apple pie. But they're like gross comedy. They're like stupid, lowest common denominator, vulgar, crude, rude, like disgusting comedy. They're up there with the Jackass movies in terms of it's not really funny. It's just whatever this is that we put on film. Yes, that is the definition of, yeah. Eugene Levy's in those movies?
Yeah.
I love him.
He plays Jim's dad. Jim being the one who
I don't know who that is.
Fucked the pie.
Oh! He's the father of the guy who fucks the pie.
And is the Jim's wife is Michelle, who's played by Alison. What's her name? Who you mentioned before?
Allison Hannigan?
Yeah.
Oh, so she has like a leading role in those movies.
Oh yeah, she's a right dirty bitch.
Oh, okay.
She's proper kinky instead of whatever the hell this is that we're currently reading.
Okay. I only know her from Buffy and Penn and Teller's Fool Us.
I'll have to introduce you to American Pie.
No. If somebody wants to sponsor it, I will watch it and react to it, but only if I'm getting paid.
That's boring. Okay.
Ah!
All right.
Build on my compact.
Lights are on. Everything's prep.
It's my favorite. Okay, at least it's just a mirror. I can wash it. Anybody recognize where this is from? If you can type the entire theme song into the chat, I will know you are a true 90s person.
Toga Thrust.
No. Whatever that is.
Now I'm taking off.
Oh, you're going?
Mm-hmm.
Should I say goodnight? We have like
No,
literally...
I'm literally just I'm taking off in a plane.
Oh, okay. So you're not leaving. Thank God.
No, I'm just
because I need someone. Yes, it's from Sailor Moon, but I said type the entire theme song, and I think you're smart. You're not yet smart, and don't Google it. You have to know it from memory, or it doesn't count.
B1 rotate.
Are you going to blow something up?
Pussy, you're up.
What?
Never mind.
He grabs my hips and positions himself, and I brace myself for his assault. Okay, I'm sorry. If you're referring to sex as assault, again, I swear to God, like after E.L. James dies, I was talking to a friend earlier, and this friend of mine for many years, because he's I tell him about this. He's in your time zone, Mark, or pretty close, so he doesn't watch, but I tell him about it, and he swears that that one of two things is true: that either E.L. James is not really a woman because he refuses to believe a woman could write this, or that her husband really wrote it and made her put her name on it because nobody would want to buy this from a man. But I also believe that and somebody has to have put this theory out here with the language being her saying that he hit her, that he beat her when they mean spanking, and her constantly referring to sex as an assault, that somehow this is secretly like a portrayal of domestic violence, which it is, but it was trying to be like meta or ahead of its time or like in some way something else, which it's not, because it's really just misguided as hell. That's why you type it in pieces. Yes, so if you remember it, type it one line at a time if you have to, or I don't believe you. And yes, I will know if you copy paste it. I have 6 cents about these things. Well, 7 cents, because I can already see ghosts, so that would be 7. But yeah. But no, after she dies, like, all this shit is gonna come out. Remember, keep in mind, when we were reading The Mr. and the Mrs., we had multiple times where we were like, somebody needs to, like, check on her and make sure she's not being held captive. Because if she thinks this is marriage, then we have serious questions about her husband. I still do.
I've got questions about all of these people.
Your daughter knows the Sailor Moon song? I'm not surprised. I still know all the Sailor Moon song. But yes. Yes, she is! Yes, she freaking is! She was ahead of her time with the incel crap. I swear. I don't understand. I don't understand how she's married or has children or is female or any of this shit. But he reaches over me and grabs my braid near the end and winds it around his wrist to my nape, holding my head in place. By the way, he'd be breaking her neck back so hard doing that. Like, that would be incredibly painful. Like, she would be in such a painful position like this because she's completely off balance. He's got her hips pulled back. Now he's jerking her head all the way back. And the only thing supporting her is a pole she can barely hold on to because her wrists are cable tied together. Like, I swear he's punishing her for being tired, even though he should expect it with a total newbie. And he probably did. He just doesn't like it because he's that much of an immature jerk. Very slowly, he eases into me. That's a first, and that's such, like, pulling my hair at the same time. Oh, the fullness. He eases out of me slowly, and his other hand grabs my hip, holding tight. Then he slams into me, jolting me forward. So we had like 1 second. Hold on, Anastasia, he shouts through clenched teeth. I grip the post harder and push back against him as he continues his merciless onslaught. Again and again, his fingers digging into my hip. My arms are aching, my legs feel uncertain, my scalp is getting sore from his tugging my hair, and I can feel it gathering deep inside me. You're missing a word.
No, air traffic controller, I'm not going to do that.
You better be not talking to real air traffic controller. Your license goes up in smoke for talking to them like that. No, she has not. Like again, we said we needed to send her little models so she could work out the anatomy of her sex scenes, which she clearly never has, including this time. Oh no. And for the first time, I fear my orgasm, because that's what you want to train somebody to do. If I come, I'll collapse. Christian continues to move roughly against me, in me, his breathing harsh, moaning, groaning. My body is responding. How? She's thinking in her head, like, how is my body about to come again with what he is doing? Meaning she's not enjoying what he's doing. That's what you were saying with that. You're saying she's in pain, she's not enjoying this, she's not, like, sexually aroused by this, but her body is responding to it because, again, until, like, 5 to 8 days ago, she was still a virgin and had never been touched in any way. So literally any kind of sexual touch puts her over the top very quickly, even if it's accompanied by pain and things she doesn't want. Which he is absolutely using to program her to the nth degree of saying, look, baby, I can hurt you and you still get off on it, therefore you like it when I hurt you. As he has done multiple times already. I feel a quickening, but suddenly Christian stills, slamming really deep. Come on, Anna, give it to me, he groans. This is, I think, the first time he's ever called her Anna. He always insists on calling her Anastasia, even though she doesn't like it. My name on his lips sends me over the edge as I become all body and spiraling sensation and sweet, sweet release, and then completely and utterly mindless. So, yeah, he did it to push her over the edge because he realized, like, her body's starting to work out 2 and 2. And so it's not quite as easy as it was a minute ago. Also, this is her third time in like 10 minutes. So, yeah.
So apparently, using her name makes her come.
Apparently, referring to her by the name she actually likes. When senses return, I'm lying on him. He's on the floor and I'm lying on top of him. So she's lost time. My back to his front, and I'm staring at the ceiling. All post-coital, glowing, shattered. Oh, the carabiners, I think absently. I forgot about those. Christian nuzzles my ear. Hold up your hands, he says softly. My arms feel like they're made of lead, but I hold them up. He wields scissors and passes one of the blades under the plastic, which would totally cut her, by the way. I declare this Anna open, he breathes and cuts the plastic. Okay, I elbow him in the face for... I giggle and rub my wrists as they're freed. I feel his grin. That's such a lovely sound. By the way, the marks that she would have. Like, she would have bruises that would last for days from this. That's such a lovely sound, he says wistfully, and he sits suddenly, taking me with him, so I'm once more sitting in his lap. That's my fault, he says, and he shifts me so that he can rub my shoulders and arms. What's his fault? Oh, that she's rubbing her wrists? Like, what? I'm sorry, did he think that that would never... Gently, he massages some life back into my limbs. What? I know! You're pretty close. You're pretty close to having all of the words. And I totally do not own a tiny music box that plays the theme song. Wait, I clicked the wrong... Yes, keep it. Yes, Christian Grey is the hero of this book series. And glance up at him behind me, trying to understand what he means. That you don't giggle more often. I'm not a great giggler, I murmur sleepily. Oh, but when it happens, Miss Steele, 'tis a wonder and a joy to behold. Very flowery, Mr. Gray, I mutter, trying to keep my eyes open. His eyes soften and he smiles. I'd say you're thoroughly fucked and in need of sleep. That wasn't flowery at all, I grumble playfully. He grins and gently lifts me off him and stands, gloriously naked. I wish momentarily that I were more awake to really appreciate him. Picking up his jeans, he slides them back on, commando. He wasn't wearing underwear to begin with. I don't want to frighten Taylor, or Mrs. Jones for that matters. for that for that matter, he mutters. They must know what a kinky bastard he is. The thought preoccupies me. He stoops to help me to my feet and leads me to the door, on the back of which hangs a gray waffle robe. It literally says gray waffle robe. If anyone knows what the hell that is, please let me know. He gently dresses me as if I were a small child. Stop it with the infantilizing. I'm not over the other series. Stop it. I don't have the strength to lift my arms. When I'm covered and respectable, he leans down and kisses me gently. His mouth quirks up in a smile. Bed, he says. Oh, no. For sleep, he adds reassuringly when he sees my expression. So she's in fear of more sex. Because that's what you want in your sex slave, that she's afraid of you having more sex with her. Suddenly, he scoops me up and carries me curled against his chest to the room down the corridor, where earlier today Dr. Green examined me, and he watched the whole thing on hidden cameras, I guarantee it.
Probably.
My head drops against his chest. I'm exhausted. I don't remember ever being this tired. Pulling back the duvet, he lays me down, and even more surprisingly, climbs in beside me and holds me close. Sleep now, gorgeous girl, he whispers, and he kisses my hair. And before I can make a fastidious comment, I'm asleep. End of chapter.
Woohoo.
We are halfway there.
Yeah, I got Bon Jovi going on in my head now.
Oh, one more. But everybody take a little intermission stretch.
This is like listening to you read this in the background is like listening to like a naughty ear hostess or something. It's just,
Can you imagine if somebody
I've got
started
air
reading
traffic
this?
control in one year. I got you in another year, and then somewhere in the middle is this ear hostess that keeps reminding people to sit down and do things. And funny as hell.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. You are. I will give you that, Deadpool. You are. Ah. Yeah, it made me think of this song that I think got played to us in like, oh god, we were just babies, like senior kindergarten or grade one. I don't know if it was a new song at the time or if it was old, but like for some reason we were having like a class talk in like, I'm not kidding, senior kindergarten or first grade about like racism in the most like basic of terms because we're like 5. I remember there was this song that was like, it doesn't matter if you're black or white, it just doesn't matter. And that's literally the only lines I remember from this song. And I've never been able to find this song my entire life, and I don't know what it was. I'm sure it was one of those like kid pop 90s. Remember when they had like kid pop groups? They made a billion CDs that they sold at malls. There are 2 songs from there that I have always wanted to find that I've never been able to find. One of them was the black or white song, and the other one was called Happy Smile. And I remember like maybe 5 lines from that. And I've been looking for these songs for like 30 plus years and I've never found them. Right? Sometimes anti-heroes are the best, though. Like, I will take Batman over Superman every day. Superman always, I kind of found him boring. I always found Superman kind of boring, and I'm not sure I would count on him in all situations. But Batman, I would count on. Though in the Batman verse, I would rather be in a foursome with Catwoman, Poison Ivy, Harley Quinn. So, and I'm glad that they finally explored some lesbianism between all of them in various things. Chapter 19. Soft lips brush across my temple, leaving sweet, tender kisses in their wake. And part of me wants to turn and respond, but mostly I want to stay asleep. I moan and burrow into my pillow. Anastasia, wake up. Christian's voice is soft, cajoling. No, I moan. We leave in half an hour for dinner at my parents'. He's amused. So he did all that to her when they have to go out later in the evening? What a fucking jerk! I open my eyes reluctantly. It's dusk outside. Christian's leaning over, gazing at me intently. Also, he only gives her a half hour to wake up and get ready to go to dinner at his parents'! I'd be committing murder right there. I need at least 4 hours to get ready for that, you jerk. I open my eyes reluctantly. It's dusk outside. Christian's leaning over me, gazing at me intently. Come on, sleepyhead, get up. He stoops down and kisses me again. I brought you a drink. No doubt! No doubt! I'll be downstairs. Don't go back to sleep or you'll be in trouble, he threatens, but his tone is mild. He kisses me briefly and exits, leaving me blinking from sleep.
But wasn't the whole point of going up there to sleep?
Yeah, like I said, he let her have a nap. But now he's saying, get up, we have to go to a thing.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
This is what I mean, he's the worst. And he's clearly, again, looking for an excuse to punish her. And again, a half hour to get ready for dinner at his parents', are you kidding me? I'm refreshed but suddenly nervous. Holy cow, I'm meeting his folks. He's just worked me over with a riding crop and trussed me up using a cable tie which I sold him, for heaven's sake. Again, E.L. James, Google the word trussed up, you stupid bitch, because you don't know what it means. Stop using words you don't know what they mean.
Mm-hmm.
I know you would. And I'm going to meet his parents. It will be Kate's first time meeting them too. At least she'll be there for support, because she's dating his brother. I still say there's a version of this where Christian and his brother just like to get there'll be some secret subplot where like their parents are pushing them both to get married, and so they're like, okay, let's find the two dumbest bitches we can possibly find that we can just use as like sex slaves, even though like depending on how much the brother knows about Christian's kinkiness, and let's just see if we can marry two incredibly dumb bimbos that we can just use until we get bored with them, and then divorce them and leave them with nothing. Like I'm telling you, the brother. Because what happened? How did the brother meet the roommate? Okay, what happened was Christian used military satellites illegally to track Anastasia's cell phone to a bar, showed up to play the White Knight when she didn't need him to, kidnapped her to his hotel, but he sent his brother to go run interference with the roommate so the roommate wouldn't be looking for Anastasia when she didn't come home that night. And then when he took her home the next day, his brother was still there and he walked in on them mid-sex. And then in the span of knowing him through like 8 hours of sex, Kate is like, oh, we're going to Barbados for 3 weeks. So, yeah, I'm telling you, the Grey
Because
brothers...
it always works for the one-night stand.
Yeah. No, but I'm telling you, the Grey brothers had like a secret plot or something.
Mm-hmm.
This is why I'm a better writer than Neil James. By the way, for anyone anxiously awaiting part 5 of my twisted fanfic that I am still working on, I am up to like a whole 5 pages. So that tells you where I am in the writing process, given that each part tends to be 15 to 20 pages long. Also, if anyone would like a copy of parts 1 through 4, they are available upon request, but only if I really like you and you promise not to share it with anyone. Though a couple people have like parts 2 and 3 and I know have not read them yet, so I don't think I've ever sent you any, Mark. You didn't ask for it. And I'm pretty sure
I don't know which ones I've got.
I'm pretty sure MedFed isn't your thing. Though if it is, I'm happy to send you a copy, or if you'll just read anything kinky, but I think you actually do have like parts 1 and 2 and haven't read them. I think I forgot that you've had them because you've had them for months and haven't read them.
Almost certainly. Nobody knows that the captain of this aircraft is sat here smoking.
Oh, please don't tempt me. I roll my shoulders. They're stiff. His demands for a personal trainer don't seem so outlandish now. In fact, it's mandatory if I have any hope of keeping up with him. I climb slowly out of bed and note my dress is hanging outside the wardrobe and my bra is on the chair. Where are my panties? I check beneath the chair. Nothing. Then I remember he squirreled them away in the back pocket of his jeans. Well, again, it's also not your particular kink, or I'd send you a copy. But I offered to, and you said no. So you don't actually know if I'm a better friend. No, it's not at all being misogynistic to say that women need more than 30 minutes to go from dead asleep, exhausted in bed, to meeting his parents. That is not being misogynistic at all. That's reality. Like, if I'm that dead asleep, I need to get up. I need to wake up. Which give me like 20 minutes. I'm not good in them. I'm not a morning person. I need like 20 minutes to wake up. Now, granted, I can be standing in the shower in that time because I definitely need to shower and wash my hair. But then I need to dry my hair. That takes 30 minutes right there. Then I need to spend a good 30 minutes deciding what the hell I'm going to wear, even if I already decided what I'm going to wear. Shut up. And shut up, shut up. And then get dressed and then like spend another like 10 minutes in front of mirrors going, is this really right? Should I change my panties? What about a push-up bra? No, that's too much with this. What about these shoes? I hate these shoes. Why did I buy these shoes? And then all of the various things. And then you get into makeup, jewelry, doing my actual hair. Yeah, I need 3.5 hours at least. At least. And that's on a good day. And that's if I'm in a good mood and you don't bother me too much while I'm trying to get ready.
Takes me at least 4.
One of my favorite scenes of all time in The West Wing is when it's in the midst of the season 4/5 when the I'm not going to spoil too much, but when the big secret that Bartlett has been keeping comes out, and so they're in the midst of all the chaos for that. But it also happens to be the First Lady's birthday, and she's caught in the middle of all this crap. And so the president, to try and like make her feel special, has organized this huge fanfare birthday party for the First Lady because he's trying to be like, I love you and I'm celebrating you, and look, I'm using all the power of my office to put on a big fancy birthday party. And they're upstairs in the residence, and she's literally just walking room to room, like turning in a mirror and like grabbing this and that and trying it on, and she's like, I'll be ready in 5 minutes. Really? Tell them we'll be down in 5 minutes. They're already like getting messages like, sir, you're aware you're 15 minutes late and there are world delegates in the room waiting for you. And he's waiting on her because she's running back and forth trying to get ready. And she's like, tell them I'll be ready in 5 minutes. Really? We'll be out the door in a minute. And he's just sitting in a chair reading the paper, completely calm. And he just casually goes, honey, I gave up trying to get you out the door in the mid-70s.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, because they've been married like 30 years. He knows, like, to just stay out of her way when she's getting ready for a big night. Don't try to help. Don't do anything. Doing nothing is the best thing you can do. So, sitting in a chair, reading the paper. Yep. I'm like, that's an experienced husband right there. Because he knows there's nothing in the world he can do that's going to help, and he's only going to get in trouble by trying.
Yep, I'm exactly the same.
Yes, but as she's getting changed 100 times, I'm sure you make sure you have a good vantage point.
Damn straight. And I don't even need cameras to do it.
No, you're allowed to sit on the end of the bed and watch.
Or military satellites.
I flush at the memory after I can't even bring myself to think about it. He was so barbarous, I frown. Why hasn't he given me back my panties? Because they're his trophy. Because he's a sexual predator and he keeps trophies.
He's going to go and sniff them and jack off them like 3 times.
I steal into
frame them and put them on the wall.
Yes, in his secret lair that the bodies are buried under.
Or he's going to use them to strain tea.
Or to strangle her with later on.
In fact, I can actually, I can send you a meme. But
what did you do?
Second
he really is.
Told that she's.
And I'm not saying that's necessarily a deal breaker all of the time. It depends on whether you own it or not. No, the body cam video from this week of the stalker guy that's going viral, because I've now seen it on every single channel. That's the guy you run from. Because I saw a bunch of actual former cops review that video, and when they got told the dude had driven for 22 hours and driven more than 1,500 miles to stalk a girl that he literally had never had a conversation with, they all responded immediately with, buy a gun. And I'm like, yeah, because they know. Because this guy is the worst kind of stalker, because he's never met this woman. They never had a relationship. He only saw her casually at a place where they work, and he's now been stalking her for more than 2 years. And as of this body cam, literally, because he used fake accounts to get back onto her social media because she keeps blocking him, discovered that she was on vacation in Florida, and so drove for 22 hours, more than 1,500 miles, to stalk her on vacation, and then showed up on the beach where she was. And that's why the police were talking. Yeah. So he's like the worst kind, because most stalkers, if the person they're stalking moves away, they will move on to someone else. But the fact that he was literally willing to drop everything and do that, yeah, the police are very lucky they weren't being called to respond to her dead body on the beach. Because he is absolutely the kind of guy where this ends with either she's dead or she shoots him dead. So, and I'm not a fan of guns. I do not advocate for guns. I don't think guns are necessary in most cases, but I would be telling this woman, buy a gun. You're in America, buy a gun.
I think guns are great on a range.
Yes. I've never fired an actual, on a gun range, there are guns that I would like to fire just for fun. But I understand that's just for fun. And on a range, and that's where they should stay. You should not be able to own. There's several guns that I cannot believe are ever legal for private ownership. And you get those idiots that are like, I need it to defend my home. Yeah, I need a 50 caliber gun that would literally implode my chest if I tried to fire it, because it has to be bolted onto a fucking Humvee or into a 200-pound block of cement before you can fire the thing, because the recoil is lethal. And it fires 6-inch bullets that are practically mortar shells. and can take out an entire building in like 3 minutes. But I need that to defend my home in the middle of suburbia.
I can't really say much. I mean, I've fired quite a few, both.
You were in the military! That is different! I'm not saying the military shouldn't have that gun. I think the military is the only people who should have that gun. That's my point.
Damn straight. I don't have it at home with me or anything like that.
Exactly. You'd be arrested in 5 seconds. Like, that's my point. I don't mind the military having those kinds of guns, but they were intended to be used by a military. They were never intended for private ownership.
Mm-hmm.
Even the person who like invented like the first fully automatic rifle, he even said, I invented this for the military because they needed a gun that could fire like that. I never intended them to be privately owned, and I think it's ridiculous.
Yep.
Said the guy who invented it.
Oops, wrong button.
That's not what you want to hear from a pilot, Mark.
Yeah, that's why I've got terrain, pull up going on in my ears. No, it's not that bad.
Yet.
I can see Dan's house from here, though. Everybody keeps asking me where Dan is, and I'm like, I can see his house from here. It's a long way off in the distance, but...
Yes, Clarence Thomas's, like, what was it, 22 paid vacations? And somebody bought his mother's house for, like, millions of dollars, and she still lives there. And all the other things he's completely conflicted over, but yet is not resigning because the Supreme Court and nobody can make him.
Mm.
This is why there needs to be term limits and ages of retirement. There are people in Congress who are like 94 and are completely batshit senile, and they are still members of Congress and currently running. And yes, I mean Dianne Feinstein, as well as others, but mainly her at the moment. But hell, there was at least 2 presidents who were completely batshit during their term and being run by other people, and that was allowed. Ow. While drying myself after my enjoyable but far too brief shower, I realize he's done this on purpose. He wants me to be embarrassed and ask for my panties back, and he'll either say yes or no. My inner goddess grins at me. I would not be assuming this, because I would not be assuming that getting my panties back are an option. But also, he said that he laid in a full wardrobe for her, so I would just assume there are other panties that I can put on. So I would not be giving a flying fuck about where those panties are, because quite frankly, I don't want them back after he snipped them like that, because creepy and gross.
She should have taken a dump in them.
Hell, 2 can play that particular game. Resolving there and then not to ask for them and not to give him the satisfaction. I shall go meet his parents, sans culottes. Okay, culottes are a type of pants, you idiot writer. They're not a type of panties. Like, literally, culottes are a type of pants! Not panties, and I know you're British, but you don't get to conflate it like that, especially when you later don't do that, and this is the American book. Though in the British one, she uses several Americanisms. After, in the American book, she got criticized for leaving several Britishisms in originally. They've been changed over the years, but because, like, the difference between saying lift or saying elevator, like in the original printings of this, she said lift or pavement or jumper or British terms because she is British, and so she just wrote what she knows and didn't think about it, even though the book is set in America. The other book series is actually set in Britain, and she makes the reverse mistake because she uses Americanism. She says elevator, sidewalk, sweater. She uses the American words while speaking for a British lord that absolutely would not use those terms. My subconscious chides me, but I don't want to listen to her. I almost hug myself with glee because I know this will drive him crazy. Back in the bedroom, I put on my bra, slip into my dress, and climb into my shoes. Are we saying she's putting the same clothes back on to go meet his parents as she wore to the apartment? Because I wouldn't think.
Kinky dinner.
No. I remove the braid and hastily brush out my hair. Then
Especially if she
glance.
doesn't have the panties.
Yeah. How short is the dress? Then glance down at the drink he's left. It's pale pink. What's this? Cranberry and sparkling water? Mmm. It tastes delicious and quenches my thirst. Again, this is like the fourth or fifth time he has just left either a drink or pills and ordered her to drink it / swallow it, and she does. Without having any clue what it is. Yes! Of course it's drugged! Of course it is! This is my point. Yes, it is drugged! Are you serious? When did she die? Did I miss this entirely? Are you actually serious? Because I'm not sure you're right. Dashing back into the bedroom, I check myself in the mirror. Eyes bright, cheeks slightly flushed, slightly smug look because of my panty plan. I head downstairs. 15 minutes. Not bad, Anna. So 15 minutes, I'd look like so much hot mess. Christian is standing by the panoramic window, wearing the gray flannel pants that I love. The ones that hang in that unbelievably sexy way off his hips. And of course, a white linen shirt. This is how he's dressing to go to his parents. Doesn't he have any other colors? No, he doesn't. Frank Sinatra sings softly over the surround sound speakers. Christian turns and smiles as I enter. He looks at me
I did
expectantly.
her my way. Up against the wall in a shower.
I'm surprised he didn't join her in the shower for one last fuck. I'm really surprised. Hi, I say softly, and my sphinx-like smile meets his. Oh, isn't she just so sexually adventurous now? Blah, blah, blah. Because she's had sex like a whole 4 times. And she's not wearing panties. Honestly, I could not leave the house in a dress and not wearing panties. I would feel, no, hell no, hell no. Again, you do you, but God, no. For so many reasons, no. Many, many, many reasons, no. Not in a dress. Pants, sure. Dress, no. Hi, he says. How are you feeling? His eyes are alight with amusement. Good, thanks. You? I feel mighty fine, Miss Steele. He is so waiting for me to say something. Frank, I never figured you for a Sinatra fan. I'm aware Nancy Pelosi isn't dead. Okay, apparently true and I missed it. Now, did anything happen to the cops that responded to Nancy Pelosi's house and let her husband get bashed in the head? Because that happened after cops were physically standing there and should have been arresting the guy who broke into her house. It was only after the cops were literally standing there and doing fuck all that the guy beat her husband with a hammer to nearly kill him and now leave him like apparently incredibly crippled and like etc. Even though it's been like 6 months and the guy that did it's been like sentenced, but you know, the fact that somebody literally tried to assassinate her and it just got completely like glazed over still shocks me. And he literally nearly killed her. He very nearly killed her husband in front of 2 police officers who stood there and did nothing at all and let it happen. I want to know what happened to those cops because they deserve to be in jail as well. He raises his eyebrows at me. He looks speculative. Eclectic taste, Miss Steele. Oh, that word has just hit me right in the dyslexia. He murmurs, and he paces towards me like a panther until he's standing in front of me. His gaze so intense it takes my breath away. Frank starts crooning an old song, one of Ray's favorites, Witchcraft. Oh, I think I know that one. Oh, yeah. It's like really old and campy. I think I know that one. Christian literally traces his fingertips down my cheek, and I feel it all the way down there. Dance with me, he murmurs, his voice husky. Okay, again, this would have made a good scene in the movie to where they're dancing to a Frank Sinatra classic. I bet you $1 billion right now that the only reason this scene, which would have been actually romantic and charming, is not in the movie is because whoever owns the rights to Frank Sinatra's music would not give them permission to use it in such a crap movie. I bet you anything, because this would have been a really charming, like heartwarming scene to put in the movie, is them dancing to the song Witchcraft. That would have been amazing. You could have absolutely made the entire movie off of that scene. But I bet you anything they couldn't get permission to use the song. I bet you anything. Yeah, I remember the guy was sentenced. It wasn't enough as far as I was concerned, I think. I don't really remember. Because again, the whole thing was so glossed over. And it was like, does nobody realize the absolute extent of what just freaking happened here? Because, God, like, there's implications. Like, state of the world type of implications is what I'm saying. You know, on one of those levels. And nobody cares. Taking the remote out of his pocket, he turns up the volume and holds his hand out to me, his gray gaze full of promise and longing and humor. He's totally beguiling, and I'm bewitched. I place my hand in his. He grins lazily down at me and pulls me into his embrace, his arm curling around my waist. I put my free hand on his shoulder and grin up at him, caught in his infectious, playful mood. He sways once, then we're off. Boy, he can dance. We cover the floor, from the window to the kitchen and back again, whirling and turning in time to the music, and he makes it so effortless for me to follow. Again, this would have made a much better scene than anything that's in the movie right here. You could have absolutely marketed the fuck out of one good dance scene with this song. You could have owned the world, and I bet you anything they couldn't get the rights to the song. I bet you anything. We glide around the dining table, over to the piano, and backward and forward in front of the glass wall, Seattle twinkling outside, a dark and magical mural to our dance. I can't help my carefree laugh. He grins down at me as the song comes to a close. There's no nicer witch than you, he murmurs, then kisses me sweetly. Well, that's brought some color to your cheeks, Miss Steele. Thank you for the dance. Shall we go and meet my parents? You're welcome. And yes, I can't wait to meet them. I answer breathlessly. You have everything you need? Oh, yes, I respond sweetly. Are you sure? I nod as nonchalantly as I can manage under his intense, amused scrutiny. His face splits into a huge grin and he shakes his head. Okay, if that's the way you want to play it, Miss Steele. He grabs my hand and collects his jacket, which is hanging on one of the bar stools. Okay, so he really did want her to ask for and to put on panties that he took off her like hours ago, were in his pocket, and have been sitting God knows where, and probably have not been washed, and put them back on and wear them out.
Kinky.
Gross!
You could at least have made the tea first.
Okay, ew!
Did you get that thing I sent you?
I did see the picture, and ew. But equally, I've also seen pictures of panties in the same position with the cell phone resting in the panties to watch something while in the bathroom, which I'm always like, ew, 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 ew. Don't do that. It leads me through the foyer to the elevator. Oh, the many faces of Christian Grey. Will I ever be able to understand this mercurial man? Okay, she keeps saying that he has like all these different moods, when in fact he does not. He has two settings, pissed off and horny, and they often overlap, and that's it. I peek up at him in the elevator. He's enjoying a private joke, a trace of a smile flirting with his lovely mouth. I fear that it may be at my expense. What was I thinking? I'm going to see his parents and I'm not wearing any underwear. My subconscious gives me an unhelpful, I told you so expression. In the relative safety of his apartment, it seemed like a fun, teasing idea. Now I'm almost outside with no panties. He peers down at me and it's there, the charge building between us. The amused look disappears from his face and his expression clouds, his eyes dark. Oh my. The elevator doors open on the ground floor. Christian shakes his head as if to clear his thoughts and gestures for me to exit before him in a most gentlemanly manner. Who is he kidding? He's no gentleman. He has my panties. Taylor pulls up in the large Audi. Christian opens the rear door for me and I climb inside as elegantly as I can, considering my state of wanton undress. How short is this dress? I'm grateful Kate's plum dress is so clingy and hangs to the top of my knees. You're not getting in if the dress only comes to the top of the knees, there's no way you're getting in any car without flashing your vagina to everyone around. Google the Britney Spears photos. We speed up Interstate 5, both of us quiet, no doubt inhibited by Taylor's steady presence in the front. Christian's mood is almost tangible and seems to shift, the humor dissipating slowly as we head north. He's brooding, staring out the window, and I know he's slipping away from me. What is he thinking? I can't ask him. God forbid you should ask him a question. What can I say in front of Taylor? I'm sorry, do you think the bodyguard / assassin doesn't know everything? Do you think he doesn't, dig the holes for Christian to put the bodies in when he's finished with them? Where did you learn to dance? I asked tentatively. He turns to gaze at me, his eyes unreadable beneath the intermittent light of passing street lamps. Do you really want to know? He replies softly. My heart sinks, and now I don't because I can guess. Yes, I murmur reluctantly. Mrs. Robinson was fond of dancing. That's what he calls the woman who sexually abused him as a teenager. Well, that's what Anastasia calls her, and now he does too because he thinks it's funny. Oh, my worst suspicion confirmed. She has taught him well, and the thought depresses me. There's nothing I can teach him. I have no special skills. She must have been a good teacher. She was. My scalp prickles. Did she have the best of him before he became so closed? Or did she bring him out of himself? He has such a fun, playful side. No, he doesn't. You are entirely making that up. I smile involuntarily as I recall being in his arms as he spun me around his living room. So unexpected. And he has my panties somewhere. Because he is a sexual deviant control freak, not because it is fun or lighthearted or good spirited in any way, just because he is a pervert. That does not make it the same. And then there's the red room of pain. I rub my wrists reflexively. Thin strip of plastic will do. Thin strip of plastic will do that. It doesn't say There's no It just says thin strip of plastic will do that to a girl. By the way, it's only been a couple hours. She would still have very, 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 very visible marks from the cable tie around her wrist right now. So how are either of them going to explain that to his parents? Because she did not put on any chunky bracelets to cover it up.
Mm-hmm.
And also just the phrasing. I rub my wrist reflexively. Extended hyphen. Thin strips of plastic will do that to a girl. That sounds like a line out of Dexter. She taught him all that too. Or ruined him, depending on one's point of view. Or perhaps he would have found his way there in spite of Mrs. R, I realize in that moment. And I hate her. Yeah, no, he might have wound up a twisted sadomasochistic calls himself a dom, but really he's just a sadist and a serial killer in the making. Even if he hadn't been re-traumatized and abused again for like 7 years from the age of 15 sexually by an older woman who taught him that the only way to have sex was by doing it this way. And so that's the only way he can have sex because he's never done it normally once in his life, except for the time he had to deprive her of her virginity because that was in his way. I hope I never meet her because I will not be responsible for my actions if I do. Oh yeah, she totally backs that up by doing absolutely nothing. I can't remember ever feeling this passionately about anyone, especially someone I've never met. Gazing unseeing out the window, I nurse my irrational anger and jealousy. It's not irrational, you have a reason! My mind drifts back to the afternoon. Given what I understand of his preferences, I think he's been easy on me, extremely so. Would I do it again? I can't even pretend to put an argument against that. Of course I would, if he asked me, as long as he didn't hurt me. And if it's the only way to be with him. Okay, I'm sorry. When you start making exceptions like, well, if it's the only way to be with him, if I have to put up with this thing that I don't like, because, he's worth it, I can guarantee you that he or she or whoever the other person is in question isn't worth it. I am not from the generation that said you get married and then you put up with each other. I am from the generation that said if you get married and then discover that the other person has things you can't tolerate, you get divorced!
Mm-hmm.
And I say that having been raised in an extremely Catholic family where I know from my mother and three of her siblings, that at various points my grandparents had 5 children, and I know confirmed from 4 of them that at various times they each asked their parents why they never got divorced. To which the answer was because they're Catholic and they didn't believe in it. No, according to their own children, I heard this. The children, they're obviously grown now because these are my aunts and uncles I'm talking about. So they were grown when I heard these stories and married and had their own kids. Some of them, but yeah, some of the stories of my grandparents, like, shall we say, marital spats, are epic. And yeah, they should have gotten divorced. The elevator doors open on the ground floor. Christian shakes his head as if to clear his thoughts and gestures for me to exit before him. No, wait, I'm completely in the wrong place. Hold on. Sorry, wrong page. Again, I really knew somebody when I start posting the countdown to book club next week, somebody please remind me to grab a fucking highlighter. I've been saying it since the beginning of the book. Somebody remind me to grab a goddamn highlighter so I stop losing my fucking place every time I look away. Please. That's the bottom line. I want to be with him. My inner goddess sighs with relief. I reach the conclusion that she rarely uses her brain to think, but another vital part of her anatomy. And at the moment, it's a rather exposed part. So her subconscious is like purely lust, is what she's saying. Don't, he murmurs. I frown and turn and look at him. Don't what? I haven't touched him. Overthink things, Anastasia. So he's literally monitoring how much she's thinking. Reaching out, he grasps my hand and draws it up to his lips and kisses my knuckles gently. I had a wonderful afternoon, thank you. And he's back with me again. I blink up at him and smile shyly. He's so confusing. I ask a question that's been bugging me. Why did you use a cable tie? He grins at me. It's quick, it's easy, and it's something different for you to feel and experience. I know they're quite brutal, and I do like that in a restraining device. So yes, he likes everything to the most torturous degree, because if she wrote him anymore to be the Marquis de Sade, somebody would have objected. He smiles at me mildly. Very effective at keeping you in your place. Actually, no. It's much better. I flush and glance nervously at Taylor, who remains impassive, eyes on the road. What am I supposed to say to that? Christian shrugs innocently. All part of my world, Anastasia. So again, him being like so open about it also is just him like bragging about how rich and powerful he is, that I can let anyone around me know that I do these kind of things and they're not going to say anything because I own everyone in my world and everyone has NDAs and nobody can say anything about it, and that's part of what I get off on. Trying so hard not to make certain comparisons right now, but it's like 1 millimeter away. His world, indeed, and I want to belong in it, but on his terms, I just don't know. He hasn't mentioned that damned contract. My inner musings do nothing to cheer me. I stare out the window and the landscape has changed. We're crossing one of the bridges surrounded by inky darkness. The somber night reflects my introspective mood, closing in, suffocating me. I glance briefly at Christian and he's staring at me. Penny for your thoughts, he asks. I sigh and frown. That bad, huh? He says. I wish I knew what you were thinking. He smirks. Ditto, baby, he says as Taylor whisks us into the night towards Bellevue. Okay, I'm sorry, but saying Bellevue, the only thing that comes to mind is the fact that that's the psych hospital in SVU, and if they were both being driven there, I'd understand. Yes. 100% yes. Absolutely, yes. It is just before 8 when the Audi turns into the driveway of a colonial-style mansion. It's breathtaking, even down to the roses around the door. Picture book perfect. Are you ready for this? Christian asks as Taylor pulls up outside the impressive front door. I nod and he gives my hand another reassuring squeeze. First for me too, he whispers, then smiles wickedly. Bet you wish you were wearing your underwear right now, he teases. I flush. I'd forgotten my missing panties. Fortunately, Taylor has climbed out of the car and is opening my door so he can't hear our exchange. I scowl at Christian, who grins broadly, and I turn and climb out of the car. Dr. Grace Trevelyan Gray is on the doorstep waiting for us, and I will take this opportunity. Yes, Christian Gray's mother's maiden name is Trevelyan, which is Maxim in the other series book last name, and that is why I maintain that she is also the mom in that series. It makes sense if you think about it. I've detailed this before, but it makes sense that she is the mom in both series and that Christian Grey and Maxim Trevelyan are in fact stepbrothers, or half-brothers. I mean half-brothers.
Wouldn't surprise me.
No, it makes goddamn fucking sense! Because in the other series, the mom divorced when Maxim was like 11 and left and went to America. And then he had like no contact with her and has no idea what her life is over there. So yeah, she can have another family and other kids. And again, Christian Grey is adopted. So all the kids are adopted in the family because he copied that from Twilight. So yeah, the fact that her name is Grace Trevelyan Gray, they could totally be related. I'm not like making this up. I swear, E.L. James is going for like her own like multiverse here. She looks elegantly sophisticated in a pale blue silk dress. Behind her stands Mr. Grey, I presume. Tall, blonde, and as handsome in his own way as Christian. Anastasia, you've met my mother, Grace. This is my dad, Carrick. I didn't realize that even have Carrick, because she had to change it from Carlisle. So she changed like 4 letters. Oh my god! So bad! So bad! I didn't even remember that Christian Grey had a father. I genuinely, if you'd asked me, I would have said like, oh, there was no father in the book, or like he had died or something. I didn't even remember that the father was still living. It tells you this is probably the only time we hear any mention of him. Was he even in the movies? Persnickety, you are my go-to expert on the movies. In the movies, did we ever see his father? Did we ever see this Carrick? Carrick. Did we ever actually see even an extra who doesn't speak, who's standing like next to the mother and appears to be the father? Did we ever see anyone who could potentially be the father in the movies, or was he completely written out? Because I think he was written out due to not existing. Mr. Grey, what a pleasure to meet you. I smile and shake his outstretched hand. I'm so bad at shaking hands. I actually had somebody chastise me once in a church for being bad at shaking hands, and I'm like, okay, they don't teach this stuff to girls. Shut up. The pleasure is all mine, Anastasia. Please call me Anna. His blue eyes are soft and gentle. Anna, how lovely to see you again. Grace wraps me in a warm hug. Come in, my dear. Mom's just impressed to see Christian with a girl, because I think his family wondered if he was gay too. It's heavily implied. Right? Yeah, no, there's no doubt. I swear, there's nobody. Like, if you look through the credits on IMDb, I guarantee you there was nobody credited as playing Karik Gray, which, by the way, I've never heard of that as a name either. Karik, I've never heard of this as a name. Ever, 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 ever. Yes, it is. And that's how it should have ended. Criminal Minds is a better show. I really need to watch the revival of. I haven't seen it. I haven't heard anything which tells me it's neither great nor is it terrible. It exists, but I still want to see it. Is she here? I hear a screech from within the house and glance nervously at Christian. That would be Mia, my little sister. Here's the other half of the eating disorder half, because we have Anna for Anastasia, and now we have Mia for bulimia, which, again, people have written multiple pages on this. People have put videos up. They're out there. Go look for yourselves, peoples, if you want to know more. But yes, it absolutely is. Yeah, it's in there, especially with Christian's weird food things and constantly ordering her to eat, etc., etc. It's in there. There's a male in the dream flashback in part 2. It was more of an abusive boy. No, I know the dream flashback with his mom. Yeah, no, that wasn't the dad. No, that was there. Without Aaron Hotchner doesn't exist. Okay, I'm sorry. The show does exist without Aaron Hotchner, and I know why that actor was fired. He deserved it. And I do regret him being gone from the show, but I think Rossi did a good job taking over. But I think they should have elevated Spencer more. But I always got the feeling that Matthew Ray Gubler didn't want to be more featured, which I think is a huge letdown, because he should have been, after like season 6, he should have been one of the leads on the show. He should have like stepped up, and quite frankly, he just didn't, because he didn't have to. But they should have made him a lot more central. He should have been the one running the show in the revival. And as far as I know, in the reboot/revival of the series, he's not even in it, which is why I didn't watch it initially, because I'm like, you can't do Criminal Minds without Spencer Reid. You just can't. Spencer Reid and Penelope. And we've lost Mark because he has just disappeared off the face of the earth. Maybe his internet cut out. I don't know. Or maybe he just got sick of hearing me talk. Who knows? We do have about. Let me look, because I'm looking at a thing. We have like 9 pages left. Yeah, who was that? Who was that masked man? Who was that hooded figure? Who was that knight in shining armor? Oh, I know. No, Michael. No, I know why. You know the thing. You know what the really creepy thing is? Unless I'm conflating actors because I'm slightly tipsy. Michael Weatherby was in one of my favorite shows of all time. He was married to Jessica Alba, and they were both in a show at the time. I think they divorced shortly after. Or at least I hope to God they did, of what he's accused of. Because I know why he wound up getting bounced from NCIS, and then yes, he did pick up as the lead as his own show. And I point out, Eliza Dushku, who is one of my favorite actresses of all time, and I know her going all the way back to the Faith and Buffy days. She's in 3 episodes of that show that he led, but she was signed to a 3-year contract. She was supposed to be a full-timer. She filmed 3 episodes and then left the show due to his quote-unquote behavior. And then not only did they let her out of the contract, but they paid her off the full 3 years. They paid her like $5 million for the 3 years, and then paid her an additional $11 million settlement, which she donated to a fund for survivors, shall we say. Yeah, I heard the kicking part. I did not hear about Aaron Hotchner harassing anyone. I heard about Michael Weatherly doing it, and he might have. But she got paid the fuck off. I know that. And then he was required to. They were required to have he was required to be like followed on set by some kind of monitor afterwards, like basically to make sure he didn't sexually harass other women on set. And the show continued for like another 3 to 4 years or something, which I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? That's how you treat it this is post Me Too. This is all post Me Too. I'm like, and that's how you treat it? Really? You just pay her off to go away rather than like I'm just gonna send a message to see if Mark still has power. Yeah, yeah, entirely. Like the studios just don't get it, and that's because they've gotten away with it. Like look at Matt Lauer in Fox. Like he was accused when he was a newbie. And yet what happened? They fired and paid off dozens and dozens of women for Matt Lauer and Bill O'Reilly and the other two from Fox that were fired for, a lifetime of rape and sexual harassment because the studio is like, oh, but the guys are on the poster and they're the ones bringing in the ratings. So yeah, we'll pay off and fire the women, and we'll give the rapist male a $5 million bonus and sign him for another 5 years at an additional $2 million a year because they're bringing in the ratings, and these women are nobody. And they have no power, and nobody knows who they are, and we can just pay them off to go away and fire them and throw them away because the men are making that ad rev for us. And yeah, mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the point. It's like, well, if she's too much of a prude to be in on a joke, then yeah, it was quite disgustingly awful, and yeah, CBS needs to be punched in the dick repeatedly and taught a very valuable, painful, excuse me, and expensive lesson. Because I really liked her on that show. They should have fired him and let her take over, honestly. She would have been a powerhouse and it would have been amazing. Because I love her and I've been waiting for her to like find a home and lead a show because she is a powerhouse and an amazing actress. Someday I really got to watch all of Dollhouse. I got 3 episodes in, and for personal reasons have not seen any more, but I want to watch that show and entirely because she rocks the ever living fuck out of it. Also, the whole concept of Dollhouse is one I've had in my head since I was a kid, so I was so shocked to see somebody actually do it on TV. Because, like, obviously, I'm not the first to have that thought. It's been around forever. It's been as a trope in sci-fi, but to see it done extremely well from the 3 episodes that I actually watched, yeah. And someday I really really got to binge watch that, but I probably need to be intoxicated the whole time. And like I said, stores are closed right now, so this is the last of the wine that I have, and probably won't have for several weeks, which is going to be fun. Ah, I swear to God, I heard that they were married when that show was on, or maybe it was incredibly brief, or maybe they really were just waiting and it got dating and it got conflated. I don't know, but I heard that they were married at the time that Dark Angel was filming. That they were in fact married. Again, that might have been only true for the second season. I don't know, or maybe it was never true and it was just propaganda. Mark has not answered me yet, so he may be having a power outage, and that's why he has not answered and disappeared. Uh, or maybe he crashed his plane. Maybe he crashed his imaginary video game plane. We'll see. Okay, he's answering me. His internet did a full on nutty and looks like it crashed, so but he's okay. What's IDBM? Somebody tell me, because I don't know. There's an undercurrent of affection in his words. Oh, You mean IMDb? I think you're mixing up your letters, Snickety. IMDb. Yeah. Okay. Maybe they were married. Maybe that was just some propaganda bullshit that I heard. Again, that's going back to when the show was on and I was like 15, so could easily be wrong. But that show, I will say, literally saved my life at least twice, and I'm not exaggerating that. There's stories there, but yeah, no, the existence of that show literally saved my life twice. Hello.
I'm back again. Don't worry, I didn't crash. my internet just shit itself and died.
So your internet crashed, but now you're playing.
Yeah, my plane's fine.
Okay, that's good. How's the paint job?
Paint job's fine. I didn't fly through any volcanic ash.
Or hailstorms.
Or hailstorms, or birds, or
because birds
rubber
will do
ducks.
It. I want a picture of the rubber ducks, by the way. I sent you so many links to rubber ducks. I want to see them.
Yeah. My bloody rubber ducks.
Also, for the record, I would love to have a rubber duck collection. So if anyone would ever like to send me rubber ducks, please do so. I will tell you how if you are so inclined. Because I know on Amazon they have like for like $9 you can get like 100, and it's a variety pack of all kinds of different crazy rubber ducks. So if anyone would ever like to send me those, please let me know, because I would so love to have those. And I would film so many videos of me like, naked under some bubbles with all the ducks on top. That would be great. I would so love to do that. I could cam girl the shit out of that with like a variety of rubber ducks and some bubbles and, tits. I could totally make that work. It would be very sexy.
I suppose it would be better than anything in this fucking book, anyway. Jesus.
Quack, quack.
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 Actually, I was thinking, in honor of the ducks, we need to have a duck. There we go.
Yeah. Aw, a nice mallard. Aw. Those are what I see around here. They're so pretty. I remember as a kid wanting to pet one and my mom being like, no.
That's bloody handy, isn't it?
She was like, they don't want to be petted. Just throw them the bread. Christian obviously adores her. It's a revelation. And she comes barreling down the hall, raven-haired, tall, and curvaceous. She's about my age. Anastasia, I've heard so much about you. She hugs me hard. Holy cow. I can't help but smile at her boundless enthusiasm. Anna, please, I murmur as she drags me into the large vestibule. It's all dark wood floors and antique rugs with a sweeping staircase to the second floor. He's never brought a girl home before, says Mia, dark eyes bright with excitement. This is somebody in her 20s acting like a 9-year-old twit. I glimpse at Christian rolling his eyes and raise an eyebrow at him. He narrows his eyes at me. Mia, calm down, Grace admonishes softly. Hello, darling, she says as she kisses Christian on both cheeks. I point out Maxim's mother always says hello, darling, and does the double cheek kiss thing as well. So this is just further proof that they are the same person. E.L. James, prove me wrong. I dare you. If this clip ever gets to her, prove me wrong.
And go and fuck a duck.
Also that. He
Not
smiles.
this duck.
No, not that duck.
This duck does not want that kind of frack.
Yes. And how dare you have way more booze than me when the stores that sell the booze are closed here and I can't have any more, or I would have. I assure you. I assure you I would have had more booze for tonight if it were possible, and I'm worried about next week.
I've got a
Worried
beer
about
over there, but I haven't drunk it yet.
I'm worried about next Saturday if I don't have any booze to drink while doing this. During the week, I don't mind. I can be sober all week. But Saturdays, I need a fucking. He smiles down at her warmly and then shakes hands with his father, and we all turn and head into the living room. Mia has not let go of my hand. The room is spacious, tastefully furnished in creams, browns, and pale blues. Comfortable, understated, and very stylish. Kate and Elliot are cuddled together on a couch, clutching champagne flutes. Kate bounces up to embrace me, and Mia finally releases my hand. Hi, Anna, she beams. Christian, she nods curtly to him. Kate, he's equally formal with her. I frown at their exchange. Elliot grasps me in an all embracing hug. What is this? Hug Anna week? This dazzling display of affection. I'm just not used to it. So here's like further proof that yeah, she grew up basically unloved and unwanted and as a burden through her mother's like 5 different marriages while she was growing up. So no wonder she like, falls for anyone that pays her the least bit of attention. Christian stands at my side, wrapping his arms around me, placing his hand on my hip. He spreads his fingers out and pulls me close. Everyone is staring at us. It's unnerving. Drinks? Mr. Gray seems to recover himself. Prosecco? I still don't know what that is. Please,
Prosecco.
Christian. Yeah, Christian and I speak in unison. It's like a kind of champagne or something, right?
Yeah, it's yeah. I'm not a huge fan, but
You're even saying the same things. I'll get them. She scoots out of the room. I flush scarlet, and seeing Kate sit with Elliot, it occurs to me suddenly the only reason Christian would have invited me was because Kate is here. Elliot probably freely and happily asked Kate to meet his parents. Christian was trapped, knowing that I would have found out via Kate. I frown at the thought. He's been forced into the invitation. She doesn't know that! The realization is bleak and depressing. My subconscious nods sagely, as in a you finally worked it out stupid look on her face. Okay, I point out Elliot has had girlfriends before. He's invited other women to the family before, and Christian never felt the need to put on a show by dragging his latest submissive to meet the parents. So, no, I'm sorry, but she's entirely wrong here, and this is just her being a dumbass, quite frankly. Yeah, really. She should have just done it. She's like, yeah, I'm the submissive that he's hired for 3 months. Oh, you didn't know your son pays for sex? Because he does. But again, it would make way more sense if he was paying these women. Way
repeatedly.
more sense.
Yeah, and you know your other son? Yeah.
He's in on it. Dinner's almost ready, Grace says as she follows Mia out of the room. Christian frowns as he gazes at me. Sit, he commands, pointing to the plush couch, and I do as I'm told, carefully crossing my legs. He sits down beside me but doesn't touch me. We're just talking about vacations, Anna, Mr. Gray says kindly. Elliot has decided to follow Kate and her family to Barbados for a week. I glance at Kate and she grins, her eyes bright and wide. She's delighted. Catherine Kavanaugh, show some dignity. What? Because she's happy that her boy toy is going to come on vacation with her where she can, like, ride him in the ocean or something? Are you taking a break now that you've finished your degree? Mr. Gray asks. I'm thinking about going to Georgia for a few days, I reply. Christian gapes at me, blinking a couple of times, his expression unreadable. Oh shit, I haven't mentioned this to him. Georgia? He murmurs. My mother lives there, and I haven't been to see her for a while. When were you thinking of going? His voice is low. Tomorrow, late evening. Really? According to who?
According to somebody that we all know.
Oh,
Andy.
how did your year-end grades come out?
I'm
Or
gonna
do you
clue
not? I was gonna say, do you not know yet? Because it's a little early.
you.
When will you like usually know?
A few weeks before next year starts, probably
When does next year start?
October.
Oh wow, so you could be waiting a while.
I could be waiting a long time. Yeah,
Oh, that sucks.
hate the waiting.
Yeah, but I know you did good. I know you're definitely in the top half of your class.
Oh, without a day. Yeah.
Yeah. And after that, it's just, jockeying for position. But I'm sure you're like top 10%. Mia saunters back into the living room and hands us champagne flutes filled with pale pink prosecco. Your good health, Mr. Gray raises his glass, an appropriate toast from a doctor's husband. It makes me smile. For how long? Christian asks, his voice deceptively soft. Holy crap, he's angry. I don't know yet. It will depend how my interviews go tomorrow. His jaw clenches and Kate gets that interfering look on her face. She smiles over sweetly. Or your roommate, who has actual experience with men in relationships, recognizes that he's turning into a toxic asshole and she doesn't like it, and she's trying once again to do something about it, but you ain't gonna listen once again. No, it's just that one of the characters had to be a doctor because this was a Twilight fanfic ripoff, and just to make it interesting, she made it the mother is the doctor instead of the father. But, husband of a doctor had to say to your good health because nobody else who's not a husband of a doctor would ever say that. I'm trying to change my shoes so my hips will stop screaming at me, and I can't find feet.
Toast at my brother's wedding was quite funny.
Were you in charge of it?
Yes, I was. I was the best man.
Ah.
So,
what did you
did
do?
my speech as always, and then I decided I couldn't figure out what the hell I wanted to say for the toast. So I had the staff prepare me one piece of white and one piece of brown, and I just gave them that.
Oh. Was the cake good? Because that's the sign of a wedding. Was the cake good?
Oh, yes, I munched a good piece of that.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, my top is like, oh, sorry. Half my belly was like.
A toast appropriate for a doctor?
Yeah, really. Like, yeah, no one else would, yeah, completely, right? Like, nobody else would ever say that. Ever. You'd have to be related to a doctor.
Maybe in America. She should know better.
Mm-hmm. God, I need to read some incredibly beyond R-rated shit after this just to balance my brain. Or watch some Torture Planet videos.
It has to be Prosecco. Yeah, the cheap crap.
Is it cheap?
That's cheap by my standards, yes.
Is it like actually cheap though? Like on average, how much is a bottle of Prosecco?
Not a lot.
Under $20?
I've got to do a conversion on that.
Under £10.
Some places, yeah.
Okay, so then yeah, it's cheap. If it's under, I know the average conversion. Yeah, but if you can get it occasionally for under £10, then yeah, it's incredibly cheap shit. And again, this is the rich, fancy family, and they're serving that.
Yeah, you can get bottles of that here from under that.
Again, I've never had it, so I don't know. I'm sure they sell it here. I don't like. I'm assuming it's carbonated, and I don't like carbonated anything, so I've never had it.
I mean, there's one here from Asda. It's £9.
Okay, yeah, so that's very, very cheap. Is
There's
it
another one
actually?
from.
Is Prosecco actually like a brand of champagne, or is it a different drink?
It's an Italian white wine.
Is it carbonated?
Yes.
So it's like knockoff champagne? So I've never heard of just carbonated wine.
Well, it's a sparkling wine.
Okay, this is a weird concept.
By sparkling, I mean it's fizzy.
Yeah, I hate anything fizzy. It doesn't agree with me.
Yeah, right. It should be a bottle of port.
Yeah, I will say champagne not really a thing in Italy. If you pop champagne at a celebration in Italy, they're gonna look at you weird because they're going like, "Where's the port? Where's the, good wine? You want to celebrate in Italy, you need to be popping a bottle of 100-year-old wine of some kind. Champagne is for Frenchmen and children." So maybe that's my Italian coming out that I don't like it, but trying to find my place. Again, everyone remind me to grab a highlighter next week, please. Hannah deserves a break, she says pointedly at Christian. Why is she so antagonistic towards him? What's her problem? Because she's the only one there who sees him for the red flag parade that he is. And she's trying to protect your incredibly dumbass again. But you're too stupid to realize it, even though you acknowledge she's way more experienced in men, sex, and relationships than you are. You have interviews? Mr. Gray asks. Yes, for internships at 2 publishers tomorrow. I wish you the best of luck. Dinner is ready, Grace announces. We all stand. Kate and Elliot follow Mr. Gray and Mia out of the room. I go to follow, but Christian clutches my elbow, bringing me to an abrupt halt. When were you going to tell me you're leaving? He asks urgently. His tone is soft, but he's masking his anger. I'm not leaving. I'm going to see my mother, and I was only thinking about it. So he's mad. He big mad because she's doing something without his permission and going away from him where he might not be able to break into her apartment and beat her and rape her anytime he wants. What about our arrangement? We don't have an arrangement yet. He narrows his eyes and then seems to remember himself. Yeah, because he was about to go I swear to God, he was about to just literally beat the fuck out of her right there and then remember that his parents are still in earshot. Releasing my hand, he takes my elbow and leads me out of the room. Hold on. I'm calling E.L. James out hard. This time, because it was 2 seconds ago. It was 2 fucking seconds ago when she said, I go to follow, but Christian clutches my elbow, bringing me to an abrupt halt. 2 lines later, his eyes narrow, then he seems to remember himself. Releasing my hand, he takes my elbow. It's literally, there's 2 lines in between. Did she forget? Did she put the pen down and then come back? Because he grabs her by the elbow and then it says he released her hand and grabbed her by the elbow again. I'm sorry, but fuck. You can't do better than that. I make effort to do better than that on a fanfic that nobody is reading. I'm sorry, but the fact that she has made hundreds of millions of dollars off this shit, when I make more effort than that on a fanfic that nobody is reading, that I really wish somebody would read and give me some feedback on, because I could just use that personally and artistically for some goddamn support. There's nothing else in my life that is working right now except for that. But she gets to make hundreds of millions of dollars on shit where she can't keep straight for 5 goddamn lines, whether he's grabbing her elbow or her hand and then does both. Shut up, persnickety. I don't need to know that she made billions right now, and I'm sure she has, because there's movies in the works right now that are gonna make bank, whether they're good or not, or they ever get finished or not. She already got paid $20 million for you are not helping. Continue to not help, though, because you know I love you. But post me a picture of the fluffy girl where she's sleeping right now so I forgive you. But yeah, she got paid $20 million just for the rights to the Mister, and then she's getting paid more to write the screenplay currently. And then we'll get God knows what royalties, and that's just for the first movie. They haven't even bought the second one yet, or the third one that she's inevitably writing that will drop into fans, and she'll be like, "Oh, I totally said they were done it too, but really everything has to be a trilogy, and isn't it all about when they have the baby and blah blah blah, and that changes everything?" Because I never got to do that with 50 Shades because it ended with her pregnant. So we never got to see that. Now I'm finally fulfilling that. Bet you any money. 3 years from now, that's going to be in interviews with E.L. James, and you'll be able to quote me that I called it first. So that's exactly what she's going to say. But she gets away with this shit. Whereas something that I have put over 6 months in actual effort and blood, sweat, and tears and effort into making make sense of a fanfic that like so few people have access to, but nobody gives me feedback on, because everybody's like, yeah, I want to read it, and then none of you do or say anything back to me. But she made hundreds of millions of dollars with this shit, but I'm an actual goddamn good writer who puts in fucking effort, and I get nothing. I don't even get friends saying, yeah, it's really good, I can't wait for the next part. This conversation is not over, he whispers threateningly as we enter the dining room. Again, if you're ascribing the tone of threatening to the person that you're with, you need to no longer be with them. Oh, crapola. Don't get your panties in a twist. And give me back mine, I glare at him. The dining room reminds me of our private dinner at the Heathman. A crystal chandelier hangs over the dark wood table, and there's a massive, ornately carved mirror on the wall. The table, covered with a crisp white linen tablecloth, is set, with a bowl of pale pink peonies at the centerpiece. It's stunning. Peonies are never stunning. I'm sorry, I don't care what you do to them. I don't care if you drape them in diamonds. They're not stunning, and you're an idiot for writing that. We take our places. Mr. Gray is at the head of the table, while I sit at his right hand. Really? And Christian is seated beside. Why is Anastasia at the right hand? Really? Why? Why is she at the right hand of the father right now? Like, that would be Christian's place, because I can't remember whether Christian's the older brother or not. I think his brother is actually older than him, so that would be the oldest brother's spot. So why is Anastasia seated at the right hand of the father right now? Is he in on this too and has to approve of her in some way? Mr. Gray reaches for the open bottle of red wine and offers some to Mia. Kate takes her seat beside Christian and, grabbing his hand, squeezes tightly. Christian smiles warmly at her. Where did you meet Anna? Mia asks him. She interviewed me for the WSU student paper. Which Kate edits, I add, hoping to steer the conversation away from me. Mia beams at Kate, seated opposite next to Elliot, and they start talking about the student newspaper. Wine, Anna? Mr. Gray asks. Didn't he just serve everybody Prosecco? Now he's like, want some red wine? Also, this would, not be a good conversation. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, because he's never brought a girl home before. I don't know. And persnickety, where's my puppy picture? Oh, my computer's doing a thing. Hold on. No, go away. Okay, sorry, pop-up thing. It went away. Why does she have her cone back on, poor baby? I thought she was out of the cone. I thought she was cone free.
Mine was doing things earlier. That's why it disappeared.
I thought baby girl was cone free. Why is she still wearing the cone? Free the puppy. Hashtag free the puppy.
I'm listening to shitty books and, on Final Approach, and all of a sudden, nothing.
Too many things. Hashtag free the puppy. No, poor baby. She looks so depressed. She's like, how am I going to catch rabbits in this?
I'm hunting rabbits.
How much longer is she stuck in the cone?
And rubber ducks.
Also, Mark, I'm still waiting on a picture of the rubber ducks.
I don't know where the rubber ducks are. They buggered off down a rabbit hole somewhere.
Okay, well, when they rise from the nightly bacchanalia and have multiplied in the morning, I want a picture.
There'll be 20 of the buggers in the morning.
This is why I want a picture. Also, again, I'm dead serious. If anyone wants to send me rubber ducks to start up my collection, and I will do weekly, 2-minute videos in the bath with all the rubber ducks and some bubbles and naked tits, I will totally make that happen.
They'll be staging Buddy Nuremberg in the bath.
You send me the rubber you send me the variety of rubber ducks, I will definitely do things that make you want to go quack, quack. Because one of these days I will get an OnlyFans page actually working, because they will not tell me that my email is not my email.
Wait, your email isn't your email?
The last 3 times I have tried to start an OnlyFans page, they have responded by saying that my goddamn email address was not my email address. And that's why they wouldn't let me start a page. After saying that my banner, which depicted food and movie reels, didn't promote, quote, my true point of my page, even when I said that it was to do mukbang videos and movie reviews.
Right.
This is why I've tried 8 times to start an OnlyFans page, and they keep coming up with idiot reasons that I can't. And when I reply to them to try and dispute it, they just don't fucking respond at all.
Well, that's moronic.
Yes, it is.
We clearly have access to the inside of your mind. We know your mind better than you do. We know you do not intend to do exactly what you say you intend to do.
And you know my email that I've had for 20 years isn't my email? I'm sorry, what the fuck?
I know, right? Fucking hell.
I don't understand this site more than most sites. I don't understand this.
Fucking deranged.
Yeah.
They're more deranged than Neil James. I thought she was bad.
I have fucking spectacular tits that I don't mind making a buck off of when I really need to pay rent and bills and shit, and they're preventing me from.
I got pretty big tits.
No, everybody wish Sasha good luck at the 15th. Is that the day that the cone can come off if she's good enough? If she's healed up enough, she can ditch the cone? Because I will make a day out of it. I will do a live stream just for the puppy. Please, I smile at him, and Mr. Gray rises to fill the rest of the glasses. I peek up at Christian, and he turns to look at me, his head cocked to one side. What? He asks. Please don't be mad at me, I whisper. I'm not mad at you. I stare at him. He sighs. Yes, I am mad at you. He closes his eyes briefly. Why are you trying to lie? You're mad at everything. Literally everything that you don't order her to do. You're mad if she does it. I swear to God. I swear to God, she could pick up a piece of trash on the street and throw it out, and he would be mad at her for doing that because he did not specifically order her to do that. palm twitchingly mad? I asked nervously. What are you two whispering about? Kate interjects. See, Kate's got the read on him. She knows he's an abusive asshole. This continues throughout the series. Kate knows he's an abusive psychopath, but just fails to actually do anything about it because the brothers got her too distracted with the constant sex and going to Barbados. Which, again, I say this was a plan between the Grey brothers. I say this was a plan. Whether Elliot intended, because he ends up marrying Kate, whether he intended that or not, or whether Christian was like, hey, I'll cover for you with mom and dad about this if you run interference for me on this while I seduce this idiot virgin girl, or some kind of arrangement. The brother's definitely in on it to some degree. Whether he intends to marry Kate or not, or just ends up that way because, why not? And I'll throw her away when I'm done with her, kind of thing. I flush and Christian glares at her in a butt out of this Kavanaugh kind of way. Even Kate wilts under his stare. Just about my trip to Georgia, I say sweetly, hoping to diffuse their mutual hostility. Kate smiles, a wicked gleam in her eye. How was Jose when you went to the bar with him on Friday? Holy fuck, Kate. I widened my eyes at her. What is she doing? She's doing the right thing, because if you can't talk about that in front of your boyfriend, you need to be running away hard and fast now. She widens her eyes back at me, and I realize she's trying to make Christian jealous. How little she knows. I thought I'd gotten away with this. Again, if you're in a relationship and seeing somebody else as being classed as getting away with it, leave the relationship! No, Kate is a terrible friend because she should be way more upfront, and she should be directly saying to Anastasia, this guy is abusive. I know you don't know anything about men. This is your first relationship ever. He's the first guy you've ever had sex with. So I know you don't know anything, but I do, because I've slept my way through at least the last 6 years, and I've had many relationships and lots of sex. This is not how it's supposed to be. Take it from me, your much more experienced friend. Ditch the guy. But Kate never has the conversation. She just gets snotty with Christian every now and then and doesn't actually say, hey, this guy's an abusive asshole. He was fine, I murmur. Christian leans over. Palm twitchingly mad, he whispers. Especially now. His tone is quiet and deadly. Oh no. I squirm. So now she's anticipating that he's gonna beat 7 kinds of shit out of her because she dared to see another man. Granted, a man who had sexually assaulted her 4 days ago, and she should not be seeing. But again, she's the most pathetic person in the history of the universe. So after he sexually assaulted her, she waited less than 6 hours before feeling bad that she wasn't returning his calls as he was blowing up her phone. Grace reappears carrying 2 plates, followed by a pretty young woman with blonde pigtails, dressed smartly in pale blue. Why are all... E.L. James, seriously, why are not only all women that he doesn't want to fuck are blonde and or with pigtails, and always wearing blue? Why are they always wearing blue? There are other colors. What the fuck? And again, no grown woman is wearing pigtails, especially one in a professional capacity, because this is a goddamn waitress at a fancy party. I guarantee you, she's not wearing her hair in pigtails! Her eyes immediately find Christian in the room. She blushes and gazes at him from under her long, mascara-covered lashes. What? Somewhere in the house, a phone starts to ring. Excuse me, Mr. Gray rises again and exits. Who the fuck has a house phone? Again, E.L. James doesn't understand technology. Thank you, Gretchen, Grace says gently, frowning as Mr. Gray exits. Just leave the tray on the console. Please tell me she doesn't mean an Xbox again. Gretchen nods, and with another furtive glance at Christian, she leaves. So this is I swear to God, are they implying that this person has picked up a few of his likes over the years and is trying to dress like them because she wants Christian to fuck her because he's just so good looking? But he doesn't do blondes because they don't look like his dead mother that he wants to beat and violently punish for his crappy childhood that he doesn't even remember because he was below the age of being able to remember anything when he was adopted. So the Greys have staff, and the staff are eyeing up my would-be dominant. Can this evening get any worse? I scowl at my hands in my lap. What were you expecting? What the fuck were you expecting? Seriously. I'm sorry, but she's too stupid to exist again. Got like 3 pages left, and she's again just proving that she's too stupid to exist on planet Earth, or be this old, or be this so-called accomplished, or have a degree in anything. If you are this fucking naive about the entire world, and you can't literally make it 5 minutes into a meal without being a petulant, whiny little bitch! Right? Well, apparently those don't work. It's gotta be like, the drapes don't match the carpet kind of situation. I personally prefer carpet-free area, but that's me. I like hardwood floors, as they say. Mr. Gray returns. Call for you, darling. It's the hospital, he says to Grace. Please start, everyone. Grace smiles as she hands me a plate and then leaves. Do we really think a woman this rich and of her age is still on call at a hospital? Because no fucking way in the history of ever. It smells delicious. Chorizo and scallops with roasted red peppers and shallots, sprinkled with flat leaf parsley. Somebody explained to me the difference between flat leaf parsley and all other kinds of parsley in the history of ever. Also, never put parsley on anything because you look like a dilettante clown trying to look like you know what you're doing with cooking when you really fucking don't. Because if you have to add that shit to your plate after you cooked it, you didn't cook it very well and it tastes like shit and you're a fucking moron amateur. And in spite of the fact that my stomach is churning from Christian's veiled threats and surreptitious glances from the pretty little Miss Pigtails and the debacle of my missing underwear, I am starving. I flush as I realize it's the physical effort of this afternoon that's given me such an appetite. Moments later, Grace returns, her brow furrowed. Mr. Gray cocks his head to one side. Like Christian. Everything okay? Another measles case, Grace sighs. Are we implying that she's like a pediatrician? Oh no. Yes, a child. The 4th case this month. If only people would get their kids vaccinated. I'm sorry, is the LJM's trying to have like a pro-vax message in like this was written in like, when the fuck was this written? This was like 2015 or some shit. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Because that's the thing we're contending with here. Because literally right as the pandemic was coming up, we were literally having a debate on like federally mandated vaccinations because we have an issue of it coming up. Hi, new person. Hi, good to see you. Thank you for the love. All the love back at you. There's a type of parsley that's curly. Seriously? Are they both called parsley? Because I've never heard this. Hi! Again, good to see ya. Hello from Argentina! Hey! Have fun!
It's alright, but Snickerty, she dates me as well.
Yes, I do.
Every time I say something, that sounds like you're fucking with me. And sometimes I am, but not all the time.
Aw, you think I'm funny? That's sweet. Well, there's plenty of past videos for you to laugh at as well. We've got one. We've got literally like 3 pages left tonight. So enjoy, laugh, yuck it up, because we are on our game right now. Because Yield James trying to have a pro-vaccination message in the middle of this crap. Okay, see, yeah, see. She shakes her head sadly and then smiles. I'm so glad our children never went through that. They never caught anything worse than chicken pox. Thank goodness. Poor Elliot, she says as she sits down, smiling indulgently at her son. Elliot frowns mid-chew and squirms uncomfortably. Christian and Mia were lucky. They got it so mildly, only a spot to share between them. Mia giggles and Christian rolls his eyes. So did you catch the Mariners game, Dad? Elliot says, clearly keen to move the conversation on. The hors d'oeuvres are delicious, and I concentrate on eating while Elliot, Mr. Gray, and Christian talk baseball. Christian seems relaxed and calm talking to his family. My mind is working furiously. Damn Kate. What game is she playing? Will he punish me? I quail at the thought. By the way, it says quail, not quell, because I think her spell check failed her. I haven't signed that contract yet. Again, just to prove it. This says quail. This says I quail at the thought, not I quell. It's quail. Like the bird.
I'm pretty convinced that she didn't use spell check.
No. Perhaps I won't.
She would have known if she did that come only has 3 letters.
I know. I know. Perhaps I'll stay in Georgia where he can't reach me. Do we really think this is true? He tracked your phone already like 3 times illegally to pinpoint your exact location when you wouldn't tell him. You really think he can't find you at your mother's place in Georgia? How are you settling into your new apartment, dear? Grace asked politely. I'm grateful for her question, distracting me from my discordant thoughts, and I tell her about our move. As we finish our starters, Gretchen appears, and not for the first time I wish I felt able to put my hands freely on Christian, just to let her know. He may be 50 shades of fucked up, but he's mine. Honey, you can hold his hand, you can put your arm around his shoulders. He only said don't touch the chest. You can do things, including saying to the waitress, excuse me, bitch, keep your eyes in your skull, he's with me. Like, I'm sorry, am I the only bitch who's not, like, willing to say that loudly in a restaurant? Persnickety, excuse you, that's crackberries. That is how it is always improperly spelled. She proceeds to clear the table, brushing rather too closely to Christian for my liking. Unfortunately,
the best thing you can do with a blackberry is crack it.
Yep. Fortunately, he seems oblivious to her, but my inner goddess is smoldering and not in a good way. Kate and Mia are waxing lyrical about Paris. Have you been to Paris, Anna? Mia asks innocently, distracting me from my jealous reverie. Excuse me. No, but I'd love to go. I know I'm the only one at the table who's never left the USA. We honeymooned in Paris. Grace smiles at Mr. Gray, who grins back at her. It's almost embarrassing to witness. They obviously love each other deeply, and I wonder for a brief moment what it must be like to grow up with both one's parents in situ. This is different. This is a separate word. SITU as a whole word. SITU as an entire word. Can anyone translate? It's a beautiful...
In situ, it means it's in place.
Oh. Is it like Latin or something?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Will James is being a dick, right?
I mean, it's Latin, still in common usage.
It's a beautiful city, Mia agrees, in spite of the Parisians, because everyone is racist. Christian, you should take Anna to Paris. Mia states firmly. I think Anastasia would prefer London, Christian says softly. Gee, where is the next book series set? Oh, he remembered. He places his hand on my knee, his fingers traveling up my thigh. My whole body tightens in response. No, not here. Not now. I flush and shift, trying to pull away from him. His hand clamps down on my thigh, stilling me. I reach for my wine in desperation. So here we have the prime example. He's trying to fill her up under the table. She's clearly like pulling away, telling him no. And what does he do? He doesn't take that for an answer and keeps doing it anyway because it's what he wants to do and he's mad right now.
So
Little
she's
Miss.
getting punished later.
Oh, not later. Just wait. And by the way, the following 4 words are all separate and capped. Little Miss European Pigtails returns. All coy glances and swiveling hips with our entrees. Beef Wellington, I think. Fortunately, she gives us our plates and then leaves, although she lingers handing Christian his. He looks quizzically at me as I watch her close the dining room door. So what's wrong with the Parisians? Elliot asked his sister. This book's gonna make me want to watch Gigi so bad right now, just for the song, like the Parisian song. Because I use that movie in my writing anyway, and I've been wanting to watch it for weeks, but I just wanted somebody to watch it with, and they don't have anybody. It's still a great movie. Didn't they take to your winesome ways? Hug. No, they didn't. And Monsieur Flaubert, the ogre I was working for, was such a domineering tyrant. I sputter into my wine. Anastasia, are you okay? Christian asked solicitously, taking his hand off my thigh. Humor has returned to his voice. Oh, thank heavens. Shut up, bitch! You do not get to use that term! No! Because she invoked the Parisians and thank heavens is one of the recurring themes. Fuck you, bitch. You do not get to invoke that movie in this piece of trash that I invoked in my much better thing for reasons. You do not get to invoke that. I put it to much better use. Much, much better use. Also, I didn't call it out by name, but I didn't call out what's regarded as the joke song of the thing or say thank heavens as a fucking joke reference. I put it to appropriate goddamn context and not just reference, hey, I've seen a French movie from 1921. I did not, stupid bitch. It's a good movie, but it's very badly used in this. Oh, that too. Also, well, you remember, everyone in Britain is a racist. That's what we learned from the other series. That everybody in the whole of the UK is incredibly racist.
Oh, yes, apparently so, yes.
Have you seen Gigi? That was a question mark.
Sorry, what?
Have you seen Gigi? The movie, the musical movie, Gigi.
Oh, God, no.
It's a good date night movie. By that I mean it gets the panties off if that's what you want.
I've already had it from the wife tonight that I've never heard of this one singer that she's gone to see, and it's just like, but she's Canadian. It's like, I don't. I live on the opposite side of the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, Jesus.
When I nod, he pats my back gently and only removes his hand when he knows I've recovered. The beef is delicious and served with roasted sweet potatoes, carrots, parsnips, and green beans. It's even more palatable since Christian manages to retain his good humor for the rest of the meal. I suspect that it's because I'm eating so heartily. The conversation flows freely among the Greys, warm and caring, gently teasing one another. Over our dessert of lemon... word that is dyslexic like as fuck. SYLLABUB. Whatever the fuck that is, there is a lemon flavor of it as dessert. If anyone knows what the fuck that is, please let me know, because I've never heard of it in my life, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce it.
Spell it again.
SYLLABUB.
No bloody idea.
I don't have the first clue on planet Earth, and I'm sure as hell not going to try to say it. But it says our dessert of lemon, whatever that is. Mia regales us with her exploits in Paris, lapsing at one point into fluent French. We all stare at her, and she stares back puzzled until Christian tells her in equally fluent French what she's done, whereupon she bursts into a fit of giggles. She has a very infectious laugh, and soon we're all in stitches. Elliot holds forth about his latest building project, a new eco-friendly community to the north of Seattle. I glance up at Kate, and she's hanging on every word Elliot says, her eyes glowing with lust or love. I haven't quite worked out which. He grins down at her, and it's as if an unspoken promise passes between them. Laters, baby, he's saying, and it's hot. Freaking hot. I flush just watching them. I sigh and peek up at 50 Shades. I could stare at him forever. He has a light stubble over his chin, and my fingers itch to scratch it and feel it against my face, against my breasts. Ow! And unwelcome. Between my thighs. More unwelcome and, well, if it was just scratching on the thighs and not actually applied to the between, then a little bit okay. In that location, but only that one. And not on the tits. The tits, like, have marks if you scratch them. Don't. I blush at the direction of my thoughts, and he peers down at me and raises his hand to pull at my chin. Even in public! Even in public, he's still doing this shit. What? What movie are you talking about? Do you mean... Oh, Gigli, not Gigli, Gigi. Gigi. It won Oscars. It won Oscars. It's a masterpiece. It's a classic musical. And I invoked it in my writing for a reason. Much better than this crap. Never seen the J-Lo Ben Affleck. I always thought Ben Affleck was a terrible actor. He's a great director, but he's a fucking shitty actor. Don't bite your lip, he murmurs huskily. I want to do that. Grace and Mia clear our dessert glasses. Oh, okay, so whatever that dessert is, it's served in a glass. Has anybody looked up what this fucking dessert is yet? Please put a picture in my Discord, in the main channel. Please put a picture of a lemon, whatever the hell that dessert is, SYLLABUB. Please, in a glass, a lemon, whatever that is, in a glass dessert. Please post it in the main of my Discord right now because I want to know what the hell this is. And heads to the kitchen while Mr. Gray, Kate, and Elliot discuss the merits of solar panels in Washington State. Because we had to have a reference to that because Twilight and it's foggy and that's rainy and that's why they live there. Christian, feigning interest in their conversation, puts his hand once more on my knee, and his fingers travel up my thigh. My breathing, I have hiccups. Oh God. And I press my thighs together in a bid to halt his progress. I can see him smirk. Shall I give you a tour of the grounds? He asked me quite openly. I know I meant to say yes, but I don't trust him. Okay, if you're worried he's going to lead you away so he can, beat the shit out of you, which he clearly is, don't leave the table. Say, I don't feel so well and I think I'd like to go home now, and ask for someone to call you a cab so that he can't drive you home. And get your roommate to back you up by giving her a couple of face looks and hope she picks up. Before I can answer, however, he's on his feet and holding his hand out to me. I place my hand in his and I feel all the muscles clench deep in my belly. responding to his dark, hungry gaze. Excuse me, I say to Mr. Gray and follow Christian out of the dining room. He leads me through the hallway into the kitchen. Ramia and Grace are stacking the dishwasher. Okay, I'm sorry, but the lady of the house and the daughter are not in the fucking kitchen loading the dishwasher. And a family this rich, no fucking way. Like, this is so much goddamn fucking bullshit, especially when they're having a party and they have a staff for the evening. No way. No way in fucking hell. At all. Is that what it is? Okay,
Yes.
Mark, you cannot post the comedy bit that caused me to send you the links to the many ducks. I already saw that. I want a picture of your ducks.
I didn't post that. I just
Yes,
reacted
you did. I want a picture of your ducks. Not the thing that caused me to send you the ducks.
No, it was Persnickety that posted that.
So, yeah, right. And
I haven't posted anything.
okay, well, I still want a picture of your ducks. And this dessert is apparently made by curdling sweet cream or milk with an acid such as wine or cider and is popular British confection from the 16th to 19th centuries, so nobody's had this in 200 years. Early recipes are for a drink of cider with milk, but by the 17th century had evolved into a type of dessert made with sweet white wine. This sounds like the most disgusting thing in the history of... This sounds like it would be used to induce vomiting if you ate poison. This sounds so gross.
It sounds more like a cheesecake.
It's in liquid form in a glass. It sounds disgusting. And yes, thank you. They have a goddamn staff. There's no way the mistress of the manor and her daughter are loading the goddamn dishwasher. We have half a page left, then I'm going to scream. And so he has arranged to drag her out because he's been mad and holding back his anger this whole time. He leads me through the kitchen, blah, blah, blah. European pigtails is nowhere to be seen. I'm going to show Anastasia the backyard, Christian says innocently to his mother. She waves us out with a smile as Mia heads back up to the dining room. We step out onto the gray flagstone patio area, lit by recessed lights into the rock. There are shrubs in gray stone tubs and a chic metal table and chairs set up in one corner. How is a metal table... Christian walks past those and up some steps and onto a vast lawn that leads down to the bay. Oh my, it's beautiful. Seattle twinkles on the horizon and the cool, bright May moon etches a sparkling silver path across the water towards a jetty where two boats are moored. Besides the jetty stands a boathouse. It's so picturesque, so peaceful. I stand and gape for a moment. Christian pulls me behind him and my heels sink into the soft grass. Stop, please. I am stumbling in his wake. He stops and gazes at me, his expression unfathomable. My heels. I need to take my shoes off. Don't bother, he says, and he bends down and scoops me over his shoulder. I squeal loudly with shocked surprise, and he gives me a ringing slap on my behind. Okay, so can we just... Like, he acts like he wants to give her a tour of the grounds, but really he's pissed off because she's going to go visit her mother tomorrow and didn't get his permission to do so. So he's contrived a way to drag her out of the room, and when she can't walk fast enough, he literally just picks her up, physically throws her over his shoulder, and when she objects, just smacks her on the ass to tell her to shut up. Because he has so little goddamn self-control that he can't even wait until they get back to his place. He has to drag her away and start beating her right now because he's that mad. And again, she's not agreed to any of his bullshit yet, so he has no permission to be doing any of this right now. Keep your voice down, he growls. Oh no, this is not good. My subconscious is quaking at the knees. He's mad about something. Really, bitch? Really? You forget what he was mad about? It's been like 10 minutes. Could be Jose, Georgia, no panties, biting my lip. Jeez, he's easy to rile. Almost like you shouldn't be with him because he's too toxic to be in any kind of a relationship. Where are we going? I breathe. Boathouse, he snaps. I hang onto his hips as I'm tipped upside down, and he strides purposely in the moonlight across the lawn. Why? I sound breathless, bouncing on his shoulder. I need to be alone with you. For what? Because I'm going to spank and then fuck you. Why? I whimper softly. You know why, he hisses. I thought you were an in the moment guy, I plead breathlessly. Anastasia, in the moment, trust me. I'm in the moment, trust me. Holy fuck. End of chapter. Great, so I'm gonna need to be way drunk before we start next week because we're picking up where he's about to beat this woman without her permission, without her consent. She clearly doesn't want to be here. He's gone 9 levels of off the fucking rails because she is saying she's going to go visit her mom for a couple days to get away from him, and she didn't ask his permission. So he's now dragged her out to a place far enough where no one will hear her scream, and has already literally thrown her over his shoulder and beat her on the ass without permission to tell her to shut up because he needs to beat her and fuck her right now because he's made her that, because she's made him that mad in the moment at his parents that he can't control himself for like another 2 hours until they get home, even. But also, she's not agreed to any of his fucking bullshit. She didn't agree to any of this goddamn shit, and she hasn't broken any of his rules because I don't recall anything in the contract about saying she can't take a vacation for a couple days, Mr. Gray. So I guess you left yourself a loophole there that you're now violating even though it doesn't exist. But no, he's going to beat her and fuck her because he's that mad and that much of a spoiled child that how dare she do literally anything without his permission. And because he's afraid that if she talks to her mother or anybody else or gets like an actual taste of reality, because again, he's not left her alone for more than like 6 hours since they met. That's very much how his indoctrination is working, is that anytime she has a moment to even fucking breathe, he comes back to make sure that she can't like actually come to her senses and see what an abusive douchebag he is and run far away or call the police, because he keeps like just sex bombing her. I won't call it love bombing because it's not. He doesn't love her. He just keeps showing up and either doing violence or sex or both at the same time to her and confusing her so much that she doesn't know which way is up, but all she knows is that she can't live without him. She's like who? Okay, people who know your Star Trek and this scene will live in infamy. The scene in Space Seed, yes, the one with Khan that was before the movie, the one with Khan where Marla McGivers or Guyvers or whatever the fuck her name is, because it goes back and forth. I think it's officially McGivers, is in Khan's quarters after he's pissed off that he drank some Romulan ale, which I swear is 9/10 truth serum, and that's why it works that way in the show. But he gave away a little bit, and he's pissed off. And she follows him back to his quarters when he's wearing the gold "I Am King" shirt, and he's mad. And he gets mad at her for saying like, "Oh, calm down." And he literally throws her violently on the ground and says, "You must ask to remain in my presence. You must beg to stay with me," and then literally crushes both of her hands painfully and forces her onto her knees until she's crying and begging not to be banished from his sight, and says, "I'll do whatever you ask." Like, that scene is this entire book. Terminators are way cooler than that. You take that back. And I've only seen the first 2 movies. I know they fucked it up after that, but I've only seen the first 2 movies. The second is one of my favorite movies of all time, and Terminators are way cooler than that. He is not a Terminator. Though if his sister was, that would be cool.
Yeah, the Terminator still looks fake.
Yeah, no, he needs to be locked up. And by the way, his entire family just saw him take her out there. And like she's gonna come back in some kind of a state unless they just leave and fuck off for the entire night. And like what, nobody would notice their absence when they were there for like 20 minutes? But that is the end of the chapter, and that is the end of book club for tonight. Thank you all so much for being here, especially Mark for pinch hitting as my co-host after I got bailed on yet again. Thank you so much for that. You are a gentleman among men and a scholar.
It's all right. I spent half it flying around, so that's fine.
Hey, anytime you want to do that, let me know. Because it helps just to have someone to bounce things off of. But I hope everyone had a good time. Everyone send their love to Sasha the fur baby. Because she still needs all the love.
I'm very bouncy.
For Snickety, as soon as she catches her first rabbit, let us know. Send a picture of her, holding it up in the trophy pose. And, if she's ever actually caught a rabbit. Because, well, let's just say, sometimes doggies think they're a lot more adept at catching things than they are. But they put in really good effort and they try really hard. And they deserve to be praised for trying really hard. And next time they'll get them. Next time they'll get them.
Terminators are absolutely cooler than
They absolutely are. 100%. But thank you all for being here. That will do it for this evening. I hope to see you all back next week. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mark, for Snickety, Deadpool, Nightwolf. Thank you all for being here. Everyone have a good evening. Love of fur baby and love yourself. And we will see you next week. I am Insane Lane. Bye-bye.
Later.